Chapter 1489. School Beauty's Personal Expert 1487. School Beauty's Personal Expert Chapter 1487. Ice Palace. Someone from the Ice Palace. This article came from %. That's unbelievable. He broke through? Yuning's face flashed a blush of happiness. Sure enough, her brother said that her eyesight was not bad. It seemed that it was really not bad. She knew he wasn't simple. He wasn't weaker than her at all. Yeah, I'm telling you the good news. You don't have to worry anymore, Yu Bing said. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. The plan is canceled as well. Okay, Yuning nodded happily. As for the ancient houses and sex, Yu Bing didn't talk too much with his sister. He realized that he was worrying too much. Linny was fine before, but he was so worried that his sister was worried as well. So this time, Yu Bing learned his lesson and told Yu Ning about what happened here after the test was over. Who knows? Maybe he and Lin Yi would be able to pass the test without a hitch. Yang Chi-Chi came to the inn and stayed in her room. Her personality was like that, very cold, and she didn't want to make friends. Her goal here was simple, to participate in the test. So she didn't know what happened these 2 days. She didn't even know that Lin Yi was here. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a loud and clear voice suddenly came from outside the inn. High-quality text first. All at %. All students participating in the Ice Palace test. Attention! The registration period has ended, and we will begin the registration process now. All students of the inn, please gather at the plaza in front of the inn in 10 minutes to accept the registration from the Ice Palace messengers and pay the deposit. We will not wait after the deadline. The voice was full of energy, indicating that the speaker was very strong. But those who were familiar with the voice should be able to recognize it. The person who shouted was actually the owner of the inn. Earth class. This startled Lin Yi. He didn't think that the owner of the inn was an Earth class. And when he stayed in the inn before, in other words, this old man had used some sort of secret technique to conceal his cultivation. This surprised Lin Yi. It seemed that the ancient sects were not on the same level as the hidden houses. None of the ancient sects were simple. Lin Yi quickly left the room, and Yu Bing's door opened at the same time. The two looked at each other and prepared to go downstairs together. At that moment, Yang Chi-Chi walked out from a room not too far away. She paused when she saw Lin Yi. Chi-Chi didn't understand. Why was this guy here again? She couldn't help but curse her unluck. Seeing him reminded her of the time when he saw her body, but she couldn't beat him. She couldn't kill him, not to mention that he was her savior. This troubled her even more. Yang Chi-Chi didn't think about it when she didn't see Lin Yi. She even tried to forget about Lin Yi. After all, it was like a nightmare to her. But now that she saw Lin Yi, she couldn't help but remember those unhappy memories. She frowned and turned her head away, not looking at Lin Yi anymore. At the same time, Zhao Qikuan, Zhao Qijiu, Yushan, and Feng Nitian walked out as well. Zhao Qikuan saw Lin Yi and was as passionate as ever. He didn't seem to be affected by what happened in the morning. Brother Ling Yi, are you still going to join the test? Because Lin Yi was going downstairs with Yu Bing. Naturally, he was going to sign up for the test. This surprised Zhao Qikuan. Could Lin Yi still participate in the test in his current condition? Without strength, wouldn't it be suicide to participate in the test? Yeah. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't explain much. On the other hand, when Chi-Chi heard Zhao Qikuan call Lin, a strange look flashed across her eyes. Ling Yi? He was called Ling Yi? How could he have this name? Wasn't he called Lin Yi? Yes, it must be because he was called Lin Yi. He didn't want people to know his real name. So he changed his name to Ling Yi. Let's just say it. High-quality text first, all are %. Ling Yi was such a good name. How could he call himself that? But this guy was really despicable, calling himself that person's name. If there was a chance, she wouldn't let him go. How dare he use Ai's name? Some people really don't fear death. Naipeo's voice rang. He saw Lin Yi as well. Even he didn't think that Lin Yi would still be here. He was a cripple now. What was the point of staying here? But for a cripple like Lin Yi, Naipeo didn't care anymore. Even if he did, he'd do it in front of Liang Bro. If he killed Lin Yi here, Liang Bro wouldn't be happy. But he didn't forget to make fun of Lin Yi. Thank you for the chi you trained so hard, haha. It helped me break through to Mystic Late Phase. TSK, TSK. It feels so good. You're welcome, Lin Yi said faintly. Ha ha ha. Naipeo started laughing crazily. Naipeo, bro, you're amazing. Congratulations. Feng Nitian congratulated. He and Naipeo belonged to the ancient class, and there was no need for them to fight each other here. After all, they were the strongest here, and if they were to fight, the hidden houses and small sects would think that it was a dog-eat-dog fight, and that wouldn't be interesting at all. Plus, Feng Nitian's goal was to become the head of House Feng, and Naipeo's goal was to become the disciple of the Grand Elder. It was good for them to get to know more powerful people, and so, other than the first few who were sucking up to them, the two of them didn't accept any other disciples. If they all joined their side, then the test would lose its meaning, and it would become a fight between the two of them. That wasn't something they wanted to see, and they had agreed during breakfast that they wouldn't interfere with each other's teams. They'd work together to steal points from other teams. Nitian bro is amazing as well. I don't think I'll get a higher score than you in this test, Naipeo said with a smile. What he said was the truth. Nitian only needed to use one move, and he'd be able to bind the others. He didn't even need to lift a finger, and he'd be able to steal their points. But Naipeo wasn't worried at all. He didn't even need to lift a finger, and he'd be able to scare the others into giving up their points. Otherwise, they'd become trash like Lin Yi. Hearing the two big shots flattering each other, Lin Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. They still wanted to do well in the test. Just wait and see. Lin Yi and Yu Bing walked down the stairs side by side, ignoring the people behind them. Yang Qiqi, on the other hand, followed closely behind Lin Yi. Zhuang Niapeo, on the other hand, couldn't help but humphed coldly when he saw Yang Qiqi. To be continued. School Beauty's Personal Expert 1487. School Beauty's Personal Expert Chapter 1487. Ice Palace's personal expert. The people from Ice Palace had finished updating. Chapter 1490. Zhuang Niapeo had always had his eyes on Qiqi, but Naipeo didn't seem to be interested in her at all, so he couldn't make a decision on his own. He could only smile coldly and think about how he would open the door for her during the test. Although the owner had given them a time limit of 10 minutes, none of the participants dared to waste any time. It wasn't even 5 minutes when they all arrived at the plaza in front of the inn. Lin Yi and Yu Bing found a spot first and sat cross-legged on the ground. The other disciples came over and copied Lin Yi and Yu Bing, finding their own spots to sit down. The owner of the inn, on the other hand, was standing straight on the flower altar in front of the square, his Earth-class late-phase peak power fully displayed, not hiding anything at all. Beside him was a woman dressed in white, around 10 or so years of age. But Lin Yi's intuition and years of medical experience told him that this woman was definitely older than that. She should be at least 30 years old, but she took good care of herself. Was it because of her training in the heart, or was it because she had entered Sky Class, reducing the aging of her face? But entering Sky Class didn't mean that one could regain their youthfulness. After entering Sky Class, one's face was fixed at the moment before they entered Sky Class. This meant that this girl had broken through to Sky Class at 18? Was that even possible? Or perhaps the ancient noble houses had pills that could keep one's face forever, like the face pill. Lin Yi had seen this recipe in Zhang Liju's notes before, but while it could keep one's face forever, it couldn't extend one's lifespan. Even so, it was still a golden class 4th level pill, and it was extremely difficult to make. The success rate was very low, and if the Ice Palace had it, then it wouldn't be easy. Soon, all the disciples who had come to participate in the trial had arrived. They all sat down with their legs crossed, waiting for the Ice Palace envoy to speak. The woman nodded indifferently when she saw that everyone had arrived and said, "Since everyone is here, then let's begin. Let me introduce myself. I'm Xiao Qing, the maidservant of the Ice Palace's palace master. I'm also the emissary who will be bringing you to the Ice Palace's territory for the trial." Although this woman was just a servant, no one dared to look down on her. Looking at the way the owner was treating her with respect, it was easy to tell. The owner was an Earth-class late-phase peak, half a step into Sky Class, but he was being so respectful to this servant. One could only imagine her position in the ice palace. The palace master's maidservant. If the palace master was someone with absolute authority in the ice palace, then her maidservant was probably on the same level as the elders. You can call her Emissary Ching or Elder Ching. Then owner reminded all the trial challengers present to prevent them from calling Little Blue the emissary and causing a lot of trouble. Of course, they weren't idiots. If they couldn't even see through this, then they weren't fit to participate in this trial. These people were all smart people. How could they not understand this? Most of you are from hidden aristocratic families and sects, but there are a few who are special. They are from ancient aristocratic families and ancient sects. Ching paused and glanced at the disciples present. She continued, "But in the eyes of the ice palace, there is no special treatment. We will treat everyone the same and will not give special treatment. Don't think that you have any sense of superiority, otherwise the ice palace will stop your right to participate and send out a notice to the ancient level. Your conduct will be reported and you will be listed as a member of the Black Viper sect." Other than Naipeo and Nitian, many of the hidden houses and sects disciples were in an uproar after hearing Ching's words. Wasn't this ice palace a little too much? They didn't even give the ancient house phone and the sect any face at all. Naipeo and Nitian, on the other hand, knew that the ice palace was like a giant dam in the ancient sections. They didn't participate in the battle against the Day and Day sect back then. If they did, then the Day and Day sect wouldn't be doing so well right now. The ice palace belonged to a relatively neutral force, drifting between the righteous and evil factions. The ice palace's people rarely participated in those struggles. Instead, they focused on cultivation. This was also the reason why the ice palace had so many heaven rank experts. Don't worry, Elder Ching. Since Brother Feng and I are in the ice palace's territory, we will follow the rules. Naipeo stood up and cupped his fist. Yes, Brother Naipeo is right. We are here to participate in the trial, and we must follow the rules like everyone else. Nitian said. Very good. Ching nodded and continued. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules of the trial. If you don't accept it, then you can leave. If you don't, then you'll have to pay the deposit. Tomorrow morning, the trial will officially begin. Shall we read out the rules of the trial? Yes, Elder Ching. Then owner hurriedly nodded his head as he announced the rules of the trial in a clear voice. The duration of this trial is 3 days. The trial location is the Ice Palace's outer perimeter, the Ice Snow Spirit Mountain. During the trial, you will be required to traverse various perilous situations and harvest various herbs. Every time you obtain a herb, you will be rewarded with corresponding points. The points will be automatically assessed according to the quality of the herb. Of course, you can fight each other for points as well, but remember, you can hurt people, but you can't put people in danger. If you break this rule, you will be severely punished by the Ice Palace. This rule wasn't present in the previous trials. In the past trials, everyone had their own destiny, and the Ice Palace wouldn't interfere. But this time it was different, because there were disciples from ancient noble houses and ancient sects joining the trials. The Ice Palace added this rule for the sake of safety. 1. They were afraid that the disciples of the ancient noble houses and ancient sects would act recklessly and kill the disciples of the hidden houses and normal sects. Secondly, they were afraid that the disciples of the hidden aristocratic families and ancient sects would band together and attack the disciples of the ancient sects and ancient aristocratic families. This would increase the conflict, and the Ice Palace would form a grudge with the hidden aristocratic families and ancient aristocratic families. In the future, not only would he not be able to continue holding trials to earn money, he would also have to form a grudge with the sect of Tomorrow for Tomorrow and the ancient Feng clan. Chapter 1491. As soon as this rule was announced, all the challengers were very surprised. This was because this rule was different from what they had heard from their elders at home. However, most of them were very happy after hearing it. At least no matter what, they would be able to keep their lives and would not lose their lives. The stronger ones didn't mind, but there were many early phase Mystic class participants here, and they were a bit worried. This rule made them feel better. However, a lot of people still turned their attention to Lin E. Suspicious. Why did it seem like the rules were made for this guy? He didn't have any strength, and was even weaker than a normal person. If he went to the trial, people wouldn't dare do anything to him. If they used too much strength, they could kill him. If he failed, not only would he not be able to participate in the test, but he'd also be breaking the rules of the Ice Palace, bringing trouble to themselves. A lot of people had the same thought. If Lin was going to participate in the test, they should stay away from him and not let him stick to them. In addition, the entire process of the trial will be recorded on the electronic card that I will send to you later. Your points will also be displayed on the electronic card. Then owner said, including during the trial, if the medicinal herbs in your hands are snatched by others, then the points will be transferred accordingly. But be careful, don't damage the ingredients because of fighting. Not only will you not get any points, but you will also get points deducted. Card? Isn't it jade? A descendant of a family had clearly heard that the recording device in the trial was a piece of jade and not an electronic card. So he subconsciously asked. Jade is something used in the past, and with the advancement of technology, the recording devices of the Ice Palace have naturally been changed to technology. The cost of a jade to record information is too high. Then owner explained, all right, is there anything else you don't understand? If there's no doubt, then I'll register you and collect the security deposit. No, everyone shook their heads. What a joke. Everyone was here to participate in the trial. How could they give up just because of a small change in the rules? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? All right, then let's start from this row. One by one, come up and register. Swipe your card to pay the deposit. The owner said to the closest participants. Yes. The trial taker at the front got up and walked over. He filled in his information on the information booklet given by the innkeeper. Just as he was about to swipe his card to pay the deposit, the innkeeper waved his hand. Give me your hand. I want to test your strength. The innkeeper said lightly, can't I just circulate my cultivation method? Do I even need to stretch out my hand? The challenger asked in surprise. Lin E, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. He'd never seen this participant before. Evidently, he'd been hiding in his room ever since he'd arrived and hadn't come out until the owner called for everyone to gather. However, that wasn't what caught Lin Yi's attention. It was the fact that this person was an Earth-class, early-phase spiritual practitioner. He had already exceeded the requirements of the trial. No wonder he was so nervous when the innkeeper wanted to check his strength. No need, give me your hand. Then owner said faintly. The trial taker hesitated, but still reached out his hand. He was secretly channeling his chi and suppressing his strength to mystic late-phase peak. He didn't reveal his Earth-class early-phase strength. I told you there's no need. What kind of chi are you channeling? The owner looked coldly at the trial taker and scanned his registration information. Gone Mountain Sect disciple Wajin Dao, pretending to be a mystic late-phase peak, has been verified to be an Earth-class early phase. Your right to participate in the trial is revoked. The Gone Mountain Sect will be blacklisted and will not be allowed to participate in the Ice Palace trial for the next 10 years. AI. When the Gone Mountain Sect disciple called Wajin Dao heard the words of the owner, he immediately revealed a dejected expression. He originally thought that hiding his strength wouldn't be discovered. In the end, he was found out when he registered, and even his own sect was banned from participating in the trials for 10 years. But of course, he didn't dare argue with the Ice Palace people. Without another word, he ran to the parking lot, ready to go back to his sect. Everyone present was shocked at this, including Lin E. This owner was quite something indeed. Not only was he able to hide his strength, but he could also sense someone else's true strength through a handshake. Although Lin E had this ability as well, Lin E had trained in the art of dragon mastery. He had a golden finger. This owner was just a servant of the Ice Palace. How could he have this ability? Is there anyone else hiding their strength? If you leave now, I won't hold your sects and families accountable. Otherwise, when my results come out, your families and sects will also be banned from participating in the Ice Palace's trial for 10 years. Then owner looked at everyone present and shouted, This time, a few of the disciples stood up and shook their heads bitterly as they walked to the parking lot. Evidently, these people had been hiding their strength. Lenny looked at them and was a bit surprised. There was an Earth class mid-phase here. He couldn't check out their strength one by one, so he was quite shocked by what he saw. No more. Then continue. But if there is someone else mixed in, don't blame me for being impolite. After the inn owner finished speaking, he pointed to the nearest challenger in front of him and said, "It's your turn." Yes. This person was Naipeo's follower, Zhuang Niapeo. He walked up to the inn owner respectfully and registered his information before extending his hand. Yes, Mystic Mid-Phase Peak. The inn owner nodded and looked at his information. Hidden House Zhuang Niapeo, you can go to Elder Qing and swipe your card. Yes. Zhuang Niapeo quickly nodded and took out a bank card to swipe it. After that, the rest of the participants went to register and swipe their cards. But he noticed one thing. There were freelancers amongst them, meaning that they didn't belong to any sects or houses. The inn owner, however, didn't seem to have any qualms with people like this. As long as their strength was up to par, they'd be allowed to pay. Chapter 1492. In a blink of an eye, it was Pai Jishan and Pai Jihai's turn. Pai Jishan went up to register his information and then extended his hand, waiting for the inn owner to test his strength. He was the first physical practitioner, but he wasn't sure if the inn owner could test a physical practitioner's strength. Mystic Late Phase Peak Physical Strength. The inn owner didn't fail the test just because Pai Jishan was a physical practitioner. He quickly reported his strength. Go pay the deposit. Yes. Pai Jishan passed the card to Elder Qing, but kept giving Pai Jihai looks. Pai Jihai was an Earth-class early-phase physical practitioner, so there was no way he could pass the test. So Pai Jishan wanted him to leave as soon as possible. Previously, Pai Jihai didn't stand up because Pai Jishan wanted to be lucky. He wasn't sure if the inn owner could test the strength of a physical master, so he wanted to be the first to test it. If the inn owner couldn't, then Pai Jihai would come up as well. If he could, then Pai Jihai would quickly return home. Pai Jihai got Pai Jishan's signal, so he got up to leave, but was stopped by the inn owner. Where are you going? I'm going to give up. I'm not going to the test anymore. Pai Jihai jumped. You're not going to participate? Why? The inn owner asked coldly. I'm not feeling well. Pai Jihai's heart was pounding. The hidden house Pai was powerful in front of normal houses, but in front of an ancient sect, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Not feeling well? Come here. Then owner said, Did I say you could leave? Pai Jihai didn't dare disobey the inn owner, and he couldn't run. In front of an Earth-class late-phase peak, what was an Earth-class early phase like him? Plus, he couldn't run away forever. He didn't need to investigate his identity to know that he'd drag House Pai down with him. So Pai Jihai hesitated, but still turned around and walked back. Which family are you from? The inn owner asked. Hidden House Pai. Pai Jihai said honestly. Give me your hand. The innkeeper shouted. Although unwilling, Pai Jihai had no choice but to extend his hand and shake the innkeeper's hand. Earth-class early phase physical power? The Hidden House Pai's qualification is revoked, and you can't participate for the next 10 years. The inn owner humphed. Oh, what about me? Pai Jishan was shocked and quickly asked. Aren't you from the Hidden House Pai? The inn owner asked. Pai Jishan was depressed. If he knew this would happen, he would have asked Pai Jihai to go back. Along the way, he had asked Pai Jihai to hide his strength. In the end, he didn't reveal any flaws. He wanted to muddle through and shine in the trial, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't pass this strict test. Physical practitioners are weaker than spiritual practitioners by a level, so he's equivalent to a mystic late phase peak spiritual practitioner. Jishan struggled to explain. Are you deaf? The innkeeper snorted. Did I say that external Earth-rank martial artists could participate? Leave now. Don't bring trouble to your Hidden House Pai. Yeah, I know. Pai Jishan didn't know what to do. Why was he so unlucky? But he didn't dare say anything about the Ice Palace. He could only say dejectedly, Then my deposit. The deposit is not refundable. It's already been deducted. Qing returned the card to Pai Jishan coldly. What? Jishan didn't think that he wouldn't be able to participate in the trial, and he had to pay 100 million. This was a double loss. Wasn't this too bad? But since the Ice Palace said they wouldn't give it to him, he didn't dare ask anymore. He could only leave with Pai Jihai. The person behind Pai Jihai was Lin. He was the closest, and seeing Pai Jishan's pained expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yi naturally knew who the hidden house Pai was. To an unfriendly family like this, Lin Yi could only laugh at them. Jishan heard Lin Yi's laughter, and his expression froze. Hatred flashed across his face as he turned to glare at Lin. It's you? That cripple? Very well, Ling Yi, right? Pai Jishan will remember you. We'll meet again. Pai Jishan was furious, but he didn't dare to vent it on the Ice Palace. To him, this unlucky bastard bumped into him, so he wouldn't be courteous anymore. He would find this Ling Yi to vent his anger on. He so said, next time we meet, you can buy a coffin. Pai Jishan laughed coldly. You talk too fast. With the Ice Palace people here, naturally, he didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yi. After laughing coldly, he left with Pai Jihai, but he remembered Lin Yi's face. His hatred with the hidden house, Pai, couldn't be resolved anymore. His follower Gooden had killed quite a few of their mouths. Even if this didn't happen, they would still be dead. Lin Yi wasn't afraid of offending House Pai. Don't say anything. You register. Then owner glanced at Lin Yi, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He had seen Lin Yi being crippled with his own eyes, and now Lin Yi didn't leave, but instead participated in the trial. This further confirmed the owner's previous guess. The person who broke through upstairs was Lin Yi in front of him. Yes, Lin Yi registered his information. His strength was Mystic Late Phase, his sect was Freelancer, and his name was Ling Yi. After looking at Lin Yi's strength, the owner was sure that Lin Yi had broken through. He was very curious and troubled. Just how did this guy do it? Of course, these were personal secrets. Even if the Ice Palace was powerful, they didn't have the right to ask about other people's training methods. Give me your hand. The owner couldn't wait to confirm Lin Yi's strength. Chapter 1493. The owner shook Lin Yi's hand. The next moment, a look of shock appeared on his face. For what he could sense, Lin Yi didn't have any strength at all. He was no different from a normal person. Could it be that he hadn't recovered and was lying to him? Your strength. The owner was about to ask when he suddenly felt the change in Lin Yi's strength. Lin Yi's strength went from 0 at the beginning to Mystic mid-phase peak all of a sudden. Lin Yi could tell from the owner's expression that his guess was right. Before he used the art of dragon mastery, his strength was hidden. Even someone like the owner couldn't accurately judge his strength. Of course, Lin Yi was just testing it. He wouldn't make things too difficult for the owner. After all, he was the one asking for help from the Ice Palace, and if things went sour, how would Lin Yi get the fruit? Plus, Lin Yi's background was questionable to begin with. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't cause any more problems. But in order to test if he could hide his strength, Lin Yi suppressed it to Mystic mid-phase peak to see if the owner could see his full strength. The owner was shocked, a strange look flashing across his eyes as he looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. How could it be mid-phase peak? Lin Yi smiled faintly, no longer holding back. In an instant, his strength as a Mystic Late Phase was displayed to the fullest. The owner looked at Lin Yi meaningfully, but didn't say anything else. Lin Yi's strength could be suppressed, could be hidden, and had already exceeded the scope of the owner's probing. Although he was shocked, this was related to the practitioner's arts, and he couldn't ask about it. This was a taboo in Wulin, and the more ancient a sect was, the more important the rules of Wulin were. Lin Yi, on the other hand, had the right to participate in the trial. Although he could hide his strength, it didn't break any rules. The owner announced, Ling Yi, Freelancer, Mystic Late Phase, you can go pay the deposit. What? Mystic Late Phase? Naipeo was the first to yell out. He had sucked Lin Yi dry. and he knew that Lin Yi was now a cripple. He couldn't believe that the owner was saying that Lin Yi was a mystic late phase. How is that possible? At the same time, Zhuang Niapeo, Zhuang Niaoqiang, and the others beside Niapeo were all shocked as well. They saw the whole process of Lin Yi becoming a cripple with their own eyes. But how could Lin Yi still be a mystic late phase? Could it be a mistake? Although they had their doubts, they weren't Niapeo, and they didn't have a background like him. They wouldn't dare say anything like that. Li's test, of course, wouldn't be wrong. Do you have any questions? Qing evidently trusted the owner a lot, as she looked at Niapeo faintly. She didn't give him any face just because he was from an ancient sect. That was how the Ice Palace did things. They'd changed the rules to take care of you guys, and that was already good enough. There was no way they'd give you anything else. No. Niapeo shook his head. What else could he say after what the guy said? Niapeo, on the other hand, looked at Lin Yi hatefully. He didn't know why Lin didn't lose his strength, but he warned coldly, I don't care if you're a mystic late phase or not. We'll see what happens in this trial. Only Zhang Niapeo would dare say something like that. Anyone else would have been scared of the Ice Palace. Of course, Niapeo knew that he was doing this for Lin Yi, not the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace wouldn't say anything about it. All right, I was just about to get my revenge. Lin Yi nodded to Niapeo. Niapeo wanted to say something, but Nitian smiled at him. Do you really need to be angry at someone like that? We'll just cripple him. Those who thought that Lin Yi didn't have any strength now understood that it wasn't that Lin Yi didn't have any strength, but that he had already recovered. Plus, the owner was in charge of the test. No one would be able to pass. Wanting to participate in the trial without strength? That was impossible. You're right. Niapeo nodded. People like him are like ants. Killing him is just a matter of minutes. Since he's coming to me, that means he's increasing my strength. I'll just turn him into a cripple. I don't believe he'll be able to recover. That's right. Nitian said enviously. Brother Niapeo, you're so strong. Leveling up is so easy for you. That's true, Niapeo said proudly, but his heart was filled with bitterness. Who could understand the pain and bitterness of his own training? You guys train while enjoying yourselves, but I had to train while being bitten by poisonous bugs and bees after castrating myself. How could that compare? Lin Yi looked at these two bragging bastards and smiled coldly. After Lin Yi swiped his card, it was Yu Bing and Yu Shan's turn to test their strength and pay the deposit. The rest of them had a smooth journey as well. No one tried to hide their strength. After collecting everyone's deposits, Little Qing had the innkeeper distribute electronic point cards to everyone. She then said, tomorrow morning at 6:30 sharp here, I will lead everyone to the Ice Palace's trial location. Don't wait after the deadline. Yes, everyone said solemnly. There's one more thing. I have to remind you all that from the start of the trial to the moment you leave the Ice Palace, nothing is to be leaked. If I find out, you guys will be hunted down by the Ice Palace. Little Qing warned coldly as she glared at the group of people. Yes, everyone replied. Who would dare try being hunted down by the Ice Palace? Qing didn't say anything else as she turned around and left. In an instant, the strength of a Sky Class mid-phase was on full display, making all the disciples gasp in shock. A maidservant of the Ice Palace's palace master was actually at the mid-heaven class. Then, how strong was the palace master? Could she be Sky Class late phase peak? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't dare to speculate. This maid was already so powerful, so the palace master must be even more amazing. Little Qing hadn't gone far yet. If she heard them talking behind her back, what would they do? Chapter 1494. In the ancient times, Sky Class wasn't everywhere, but there were still quite a few. But if one didn't stand at this height, how would one be able to see all this? Life was like that, like a frog in the well. If one didn't go out, they would never know what the outside world was like. At the parking lot, the Pai brothers and Wajin Dao, who hadn't left yet, had a shocked expression on their faces. Sky Class mid-phase at that. A maidservant was even stronger than the elders of the house or sect, and yet she was still a maidservant. Luckily, they didn't try to defend themselves when they were chased out, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they died. Pai Jishan and Pai Jihai looked at each other, and the two helplessly got in the car, ready to return to the hidden house Pai. They had stayed in the parking lot to see if there was anything they could do, but it seemed like it was no longer possible. It would be good enough if they didn't get punished. Ling Yi, Pai Jishan, will never forgive you, just you wait. Jishan was very furious. Not only did he not get to participate in the test, but he also lost 100 million. How unlucky. But he didn't dare point his finger at the Ice Palace, so he could only vent his anger on Lin Yi. That's just a small figure. It's hard to say if he'll make it back alive. He offended Zhang Naipeo of the Ri after Ri sect and Feng Nitian of the ancient house Feng. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. Jihai said, "It's fine, big bro. The test isn't much anymore. I'm already showing signs of breaking through to Earth class early phase peak. Our hidden house, Pi, has the advantage amongst all the hidden houses. And aren't you about to break through as well?" "That's true," Jishan nodded. "Plus, our advantage over the other houses is that we're united, unlike the other houses that fight and scheme against each other." "That's right. I think it's great now. I'm not suited to managing a family's affairs. I like to train, so let Big Brother be the leader and I'll be the assistant. House Pi will be fine for at least 100 years. Pai Jihai nodded. "Once I break through to Sky Class, my lifespan will increase. And protecting House Pi for a while longer won't be hard." From this, it could be seen that the two brothers from House Pi were smart and capable of doing big things. However, they made a serious mistake, and that was underestimating Lin Yi's strength. They treated Ling 1 and Lin Yi as two different people. After little Qing left, the innkeeper waved his hand at everyone and said, "Go back and disperse." Only then did everyone get up and walk towards the inn. All of a sudden, Lin Yi felt a cold light coming from behind him, and he subconsciously turned around to see Yu Shan not far behind him and Yu Bing. His eyes were cold, and when he saw Lin Yi turn around, he turned around and started chatting with Feng Nitian. Lin Yi frowned. Yu Shan really wasn't a good person, and he was probably going to do something to Yu Bing in this test. As for why Lin Yi could feel the coldness, it was just an assassin's sixth sense. After returning to the inn, Yu Bing went straight to Lin Yi's room and said worriedly, "Lin Yi, tomorrow's test doesn't look good, but the Ice Palace has a new rule. We can't kill people. This way, we won't be in danger." "This rule," Lin Yi smiled bitterly. "It's better if it didn't come out at all. It's probably to take care of those two disciples from the ancient noble houses, afraid that something bad might happen to them. I was planning to kill them all in this test." As for Zhang Naipeo, Lin Yi didn't have any reason to hold back. This guy was his enemy, and for what he said, he wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Between him and Pin Liang, there was no way he could resolve the conflict. If that was the case, he might as well use this test to break one of Pin Liang's arms. But now it seemed impossible. The Ice Palace wouldn't allow that to happen. "Huh?" Yu Bing's eyes went wide after hearing Lin Yi's words. "No way? You want to kill them?" Yu Bing was still worried about tomorrow's test, but on Lin Yi's side, he was worried about not being able to kill his enemies. People really were different. "If I don't kill them, we'll be enemies sooner or later," Lin Yi said faintly. "Do you think there's any way to resolve the conflict between you and Feng Nitian? He's with Yu Shan, and he's already your enemy." "Sigh. Every house has all sorts of problems." Yu Bing sighed. "I know that, so I want to help you get rid of Yu Shan as well." Lin Yi smiled. "That guy needs a beating. I can't kill him, but at least cripple him so he can't practice anymore." Yu Bing jumped, not expecting Lin Yi to want to deal with Yu Shan and cripple him as well. This suggestion shocked even Yu Bing himself. But, as much as Yu Bing hated Yu Shan, he was still his brother. He couldn't bring himself to do something like that. He was moved when Lin Yi suggested this, but after calming down, he felt that he couldn't do it. "No, Lin Yi, you can't do this. After all, he's my cousin. I can't hurt him." Yu Bing shook his head. "It's not you, it's me." Lin Yi pointed at himself. "This has nothing to do with you. You can push all the blame on me. Plus, I've been displeased with him for a long time now. But I can't just watch you deal with him. Yu Bing still couldn't convince himself. All right, then can you promise that he won't jump out and cause trouble for us in this test? Linny asked. I can't. Yu Bing shook his head. Isn't that fine then? He jumped out and wanted to die. Who can he blame? Linny shrugged and said, I promise you, I won't make the first move. Is that okay? But if you touch him, you'll make House Yu hate you even more, Yu and Ning. Yu Bing said worriedly. Chapter 1495. You're right. Yu Bing gritted his teeth. I'll try my best. Don't think too much. Just leave it to me, Linny said. Right. Do you have confidence in dealing with them? Yu Bing asked. A little, but I need to act according to the situation, around 50%. Lin, he said honestly, I've calculated a few possibilities. I hope one of them will work. That's good enough. Yu Bing breathed and relieved. A 50-50 chance of winning was already very good. After all, a fight between two masters of similar strength always had a 50-50 chance of winning. Not to mention that there was a huge difference in strength between him and Lin Yi right now. Rest early. The test starts tomorrow, Lin Yi said. All right. Yu Bing nodded and got ready to leave. Sleep here. I'm afraid that Yushan will do something to you at night. This is the last chance to kill you before the test starts. Lin Yi remembered the coldness in Yushan's eyes and pointed at the bed beside him. What about you? There's only a single bed here? Yu Bing asked. I won't sleep. I can just sit on the sofa and train. Lin Yi said, Sleep. Don't worry about time. I'll wake you up when I see you. All right. Yu Bing nodded, not rejecting him. That night, as Lin Yi had expected, Yushan and Nitian came to the room next to Lin Yi's. Nitian bro, I'm counting on you. You hold him down, and I'll make my move. Yushan whispered to Nitian, his eyes filled with lust. No problem. Nitian nodded. Feng Nitian's art consumed a lot of qi, and if it wasn't something important, he wouldn't use it. Plus, there was a limit to the number of times he could use it. But today, he was here to help Yushan fight Yu Bing. The reason wasn't because of Nitian's loyalty, but because Yushan had promised him that once he killed Yu Bing, he'd have the chance to become the head of House Yu. If he became the head of House Yu, he'd make sure that House Yu would become the vassal of the ancient House Feng. House Yu may be a hidden noble house, but they were the strongest hidden noble house with 2 sky-class masters. If he could get House Yu to join House Feng's side, then it would be a huge contribution to Feng Nitian. It would become a bargaining chip for him to fight for the position of the head of the house. Originally, Nitian had promised Yushan to kill Yu Bing in the test, but the rules changed. Even if he came from an ancient noble house, he wouldn't dare go against the rules of the Ice Palace test. Although the Ice Palace wouldn't kill him if he went against the rules, they'd talk to the elders of House Feng for sure. Nitian would lose face in front of the elders, and it wouldn't be good for him to become the head of the house. So he had no choice but to do it tonight. The test hadn't started yet, and even if he killed Yu Bing, it wouldn't be against the rules of the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace wouldn't be able to say anything. Yushan took out a small laser ID card decryptor from his pocket and waved it in front of the door. Yu Bing's lock opened with a click. Even if he didn't meet Nitian, he'd be ready to kill Yu Bing in this test. This ID card decryptor was prepared for decrypting the door keys. Evidently, he brought it from home and didn't buy it here. There was no way he could buy something like this in such a short amount of time. No one. Although Yushan didn't turn on the lights, he could clearly see the situation in the room with the help of the lights from the square outside the window. A cultivator's eyes and ears were better than the average person's, so Yushan could tell with a glance that there was no one in the room. What Yushan could see, Feng Nitian could see as well. There were no cabinets or anything like that in the room, and the bed was sealed with wood as well. It couldn't be hidden under the bed. Is there anyone in the washroom? Nitian asked. Yushan opened the bathroom door and took a look. He shook his head and said, No. Nitian turned on the lights in the room, and this time he could see more clearly. There was no one in the room. Not here. Nitian was a little disappointed. He'd used the arts in vain, and it didn't work. Could it be in Ling Yi's room next door? My cousin and Ling Yi are really close. He always goes there. Yushan guessed. That's possible. Nitian nodded. Then, let's go next door. In for a penny, in for a pound, will kill Ling Yi as well? Yushan's eyes flashed with hatred. Nitian bro, your range is 3 meters, and no one can move within 3 meters. Let's kill Ling Yi as well. That won't do. Nitian shook his head after hearing that Yushan wanted to kill Ling Yi as well. Why? Yushan paused. Ling Yi, Zhang Naipeo said that he wanted him dead, and if I do anything to him, I'll be meddling in other people's business. Nitian waved his hand. Besides, I heard that Zhang Naipeo doesn't want to kill Ling Yi directly. He wants to keep him alive for his Liang bro to do it himself. So, if I kill Ling Yi now, I'll be going against Zhang Naipeo. We're helping him. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Besides, are you scared of Zhang Naipeo, Nitian bro? Yushan said, unwilling to give up. I'm not scared, I just don't want to offend him. Nitian, of course, saw through Yushan's tactics, but he didn't fight back. We're both from the ancient level, there's no point in making enemies. I see. Yushan was disappointed, so we're just going to let it go. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you in the test. You can't kill people in the test, but crippling them isn't a problem. As long as they're still breathing, it's not against the rules. Crippling them won't be a threat to you, right? Nitian smiled casually. That's true. Yushan relaxed. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. Nitian bro. I'll leave you Bing to you. Chapter 1496. Feng Nitian didn't touch Lin Yi. Not because he was afraid of Lin Yi, but because he was afraid that Lin Yi would retaliate after he killed Yubing. He wouldn't know what to do then, and he wouldn't know what to do. If he did, he'd definitely offend Zhang Naipeo's side. This was Zhang Naipeo's grudge, and the disciples of the ancient level were all prideful. They wouldn't allow others to interfere with his grudge with others. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't he be waiting for Lin Yi to attack them? One could say that Feng Nitian had considered everything. He was one of the strong contenders for the head of House Feng, and he wasn't a reckless person. At this moment, Lin Yi and Yubing, who were in the room next door, heard the conversation clearly. Yubing hadn't slept yet. The test was tomorrow, and he was extremely nervous. He couldn't sleep well at this time, and when he heard the noise at the door, he woke up immediately. Hearing that Yushan wanted to kill him, Yubing's face flashed with anger. He didn't think that Yushan would be this cruel. Lin Yi only wanted to cripple Yushan, but Yushan wanted to kill him. You heard that? You're kind, but your cousin isn't. Lin Yi said faintly as he saw the anger on Yubing's face. Fu. Yubing took a deep breath, as if he had made a big decision. You're right. There are some things that I can't change. Rather than living in fear of being killed by my cousin in the future, I might as well take care of it once and for all. Lin Yi smiled. You should have thought it through long ago. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning, at 5:30, Lin Yi came back to reality from the training space. He called Yubing and went to the washroom to wash up. Because Yubing had Lin Yi as his alarm clock, he didn't have to worry about being late for the test. After being woken up by Lin Yi, he quickly washed up and waited with Lin Yi for the people from the Ice Palace to arrive. It was only 6 o'clock, but the plaza in front of the inn was already filled with disciples who had come to participate in the trial. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the Ice Palace's emissary. Even Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian didn't dare waste time as they waited with the others. At the peak of the ice mountain, where the Ice Palace was located, this is the name list and information of the participants. Please have a look, Palace Master. Little Qing presented the registration book to a woman in white. This white-robed lady was the Ice Palace mistress. She was the most authoritative figure in the Ice Palace. She took the book from Qing's hands and started flipping through it. She looked from the beginning to the end, looking at everyone's background in great detail. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after that, but she still asked, Aunt Qing, is Yang Chi-Chi the only girl in this test? Yes, Palace Master, and she's also a physical practitioner. Qing nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Master this time. The white-robed lady sighed softly. It's all my fault for not being able to comprehend the Ice Snow Mountain's heritage. Palace Master, you're already a Sky-class late-phase peak at such a young age. You're already a rare genius, but the heritage of the Ice Snow Mountain has something to do with one's constitution as well. Qing consoled. Looking at the other ancient sects and families, how many of them are as young as you are, Palace Master? But if we want to open the seal of the Heaven Stage Island, we must obtain the inheritance of ice from the Ice Spirit Mountain. The woman in white frowned. The Heaven Stage Conference is not far away. As one of the leaders of the Heaven Stage Conference, if we can't find the inheritor, the Heaven Stage Conference will lose its meaning. The other three houses don't have any news, right? It's not that easy to find an inheritor. Qing smiled bitterly. No news doesn't mean we haven't found one. To the ancient sects, the significance of an inheritor isn't just to open the island's seal. More importantly, it's a chance to break through the sky class and pursue the heavenly Tao. The white-robed lady said. So before the inheritor grows up, it won't be announced to the public. It's hard to avoid envious people causing trouble. That's true. Qing nodded. Palace Master, although you're not an inheritor, didn't you feel a part of the heritage as well? This can also be considered a fortuitous encounter. Only a small part. The white-robed lady smiled bitterly. Back then, before Master left, she hoped that I could obtain the heritage so that I could find her one day and meet her again. But now, if we can't open the island just because we haven't found an inheritor, then I'll be a sinner. How can I face her? Don't we still have some time? We can just take our time. There's no rush. If it really doesn't work, we can just do the test next year and relax the requirements. I don't believe that we can't find a suitable candidate, Qing suggested. That's the only way, but I'm still not satisfied. I need to see the participants myself. The white-robed lady said. That's fine. Let's go bring the participants to the Ice Mountain then. Qing knew that the sect master wouldn't be at ease until she saw the only girl, Yang Chi-Chi. At 6:30 sharp, just as the participants were wondering where the emissary from the Ice Palace was, two figures, one green and one white, appeared in the sky. The girl in green was Elder Qing from yesterday. She was Sky Class Mid-Phase, and the girl in white beside her was Sky Class Late Phase Peak. Both of their Qing Gong weren't weak. They appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. In the midst of everyone's shock, Qing spoke first. This is the Sect Master of the Ice Palace. Sect Master, please explain the rules and rewards of the test. This was supposed to be Qing's mission, but since the Sect Master of the Ice Palace was here herself, it was better for her to do the introductions. When Qing said that this girl in white was the Sect Master of the Ice Palace, everyone went into an uproar. Even Naipeo and Nitian were shocked. This confirmed their suspicions from yesterday. The Sect Master of the Ice Palace was a Sky Class Late Phase Peak. Chapter 1497. Once one stepped into Sky Class, they would usually give up their position and go into isolation to pursue a higher level. They wouldn't be managing the family or the sect anymore, but this Ice Palace was different. Their Sect Master was Sky Class Late Phase Peak. There were only two possibilities. One was that there were too many Sky Class Late Phase Peak practitioners in the Ice Palace, and the other was that the current Sect Master was simply too young. Reaching Sky Class Late Phase Peak at such a young age had caught the elders off guard, and they didn't even have time to pick the next Sect Master. One had to know that not just anyone could be a Sect Master. After all, they needed to be raised from a young age and had to have the ability to manage the entire Ice Palace. Although he didn't know what the reason was, the Ice Palace Master was very young. Not only was she young, but she was also very beautiful. Compared to little Qing, who looked to be in her late teens, her looks were very normal. The Ice Palace Master, on the other hand, was just like her name and position, like an ice princess. Elegant and refined, it was unforgettable to look at her. Of course, none of the participants dared to disrespect the Sect Master. She was a beauty, but they needed to be alive to admire her. They didn't even have the courage to look at a Sky Class Late Phase Peak like this. Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised at the Sect Master's appearance. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't surprised because the Sect Master was a beauty, but because of her age. She really did look like she was around 19, no older than 25. This was different from Green. He could tell with certainty that the sect master didn't use a pill like that, but that she really was that old. Perhaps she'd broken through to Sky Class when she was 18 or 19 years old, and that was why she'd kept her face forever. Aunt Ching, you do the talking. I'm just here to take a look. The sect master's eyes stopped on Chi-Chi, the only female participant. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This girl looked pretty cool and had a cold personality, but she wasn't the person she was looking for. Her body wasn't suited for the Ice Palace practitioner's arts. And so, after confirming that Chi-Chi couldn't do it, the sect master lost interest in staying. Aunt Ching? The cultivators present were in an uproar. Ching didn't look that old, but the sect master called her Aunt Ching. How old was the sect master? Could it be that she was really as young as she looked, only in her 20s? Lin Yi wasn't too shocked, as Lin Yi had already thought of this before, and the sect leader's Aunt Ching only confirmed Lin Yi's guess. Looking at the sect master, who was around the same age as him, and was already a Sky Class late phase peak, Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. There was no way he could compete with her. Compared to a normal noble house, his advantage was still very obvious. But in a hidden noble house, his training talent and golden fingers were basically equal to the support of the noble house. And in the ancient world, Lin Yi had no advantage at all. The ancient sects were not to be underestimated. No wonder his old man had said that the ancient sects were out of his control. It seemed like he'd have to rely on himself in the future. But Lin Yi wasn't discouraged. His overall strength was still a far cry from Lin Yi's. But judging from the speed of his training these past few months, only that monster Zhang Naipeo would be able to compete with him. Who else would dare say they'd leveled up in a few months? With that, the sect master turned and left. Ching knew the sect master's personality and didn't mind. The Ice Palace mistress had grown up in the Ice Palace and had become the personal disciple of the Grand Elder. She was going to be the next palace mistress, so her childhood was a lonely one. She had no friends or playmates, and all she had to do was train day and night. That was why her personality was so cold. Now, I'll announce the rules and rewards, Ching said as she looked at the crowd. Participants are not allowed to drive, and I will lead the group to the mountain on foot. You can bring spirit beasts along, but they can't be higher than Mystic Late Phase Peak, or you'll lose your right to participate. You can bring servants and followers, but they can't be higher than Golden Class. Servants and followers are not allowed to participate in the trial, nor are they allowed to fight, nor are they allowed to hurt the other party's servants or followers. You can attack the other party's spirit beasts, but you can't steal them. These rules have been in place for a long time, and the participants all nodded in understanding. Not many families had spirit beasts, and if they were too weak, they'd be a burden instead. As for servants and followers, these people wouldn't bring them. They weren't young masters or mistresses, and they'd need someone to wait on them when they came out. In fact, this rule was customized for the previous trial rules. If a trial taker was killed, the servants and attendants could also help to bring the corpse back. However, this method of bringing attendants was a little lacking in confidence and inauspicious, so this time, no one brought them. Plus, the rules have been changed to not kill the opponent, and there was no need to bring servants and followers. If there are no objections, I'll talk about the rewards of the trial. In the trial, the top 3 with the most points will receive additional rewards from the Ice Palace. The rewards will be chosen from the elixirs and treasures collected in the trial, Ching said, and the top 10 with the most points will have the right to become an outer disciple of the Ice Palace, or the right to exchange for treasures. Does anyone have a problem with that? No. The crowd shook their heads. This was something mentioned in the invitation letter, and they didn't have too many objections to the rewards. Most of the people here were here for the outer disciple position. All right, pack your bags. We'll leave in an hour. Ching nodded. I'll wait for you here in an hour. Yes. The crowd nodded. They couldn't drive. Walking wasn't a problem for Lin Yi, but what about Xiao Xiao? The good thing was that this place was really cold. Even without the ice coffin, Xiao Xiao should be fine. But how were they going to bring her along? Chapter 1498. Fortunately, Lin Yi wasn't worried about the Ice Palace anymore. Since the Ice Palace said that he could bring Xiao Xiao along, that it didn't matter what his follower looked like, whether she was alive or dead, whether she walked on her own or carried on his back. She was his follower. This was Yu Bing's first time seeing Xiao Xiao, and seeing this beautiful and spirited girl lying in the ice coffin, Yu Bing's heart couldn't help but ache. No wonder Lin Yi would come all the way here just to find a medicine for her, even participating in the Ice Palace's test. This was a girl no weaker than his sister. At this moment, Yu Bing realized just how fierce the competition around his sister was. You're really bringing her along? Yu Bing was a little shocked as he watched Lin Yi carry Xiao Xiao out of the Ice Palace. Yeah, that's for sure. Lin Yi nodded and took out some rope from the trunk, passing it to Yu Bing. Here, help me out. I'll carry Xiao Xiao. You help me tie her to my back. Yu Bing wanted to say, are you crazy? How dangerous was this? This test was already extremely dangerous, and now Lin Yi was going to carry someone. Wouldn't this be an extra burden, limiting his strength? But, looking at Lin Yi's determined eyes, Yu Bing could only sigh and shake his head. All right. Lin Yi squatted down and put Xiao Xiao on his back, while Yu Bing helped secure Xiao Xiao onto Lin Yi's back. All right, thank you. Lin Yi stood up and jumped a couple of times, realizing that Yu Bing had tied him up really tightly. He nodded with a smile. Hey, I really don't know what to say. You're bringing someone to the test. This is the first time I've heard of it. Yu Bing sighed helplessly. I don't have much luggage, just a few medicine on me. This is enough. Then I won't go back to the inn. Lin Yi suddenly waved his hand towards the window of his room and said, Skybolt Pig, come down. Gigi, a small white shadow darted out of the window of Lin Yi's room and flew to Lin Yi's side. Profound rank spirit beast? Yu Bing jumped in fright. He'd been to Lin Yi's room many times, and he'd even slept there last night. How come he didn't notice that there was an ancient spirit beast in Lin Yi's room? MHM, but he doesn't have any offensive skills. He's just trash, Lin Yi said, nodding. GG. After listening to Lin Yi's evaluation, the Skybolt Pig suddenly felt wronged, but he didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction with him. He'd seen Lin Yi's miraculous. In just a short amount of time, he'd already leveled up a few hundred years ago. Yu Bing nodded. He didn't think too much about it. From what he could see, this Skybolt Pig was probably the same as his sister's ancient spirit beast. It didn't have any offensive skills, but it had a body full of strength. Ancient spirit beasts were rare, but every hidden house had a few of them. So Lin Yi's pig wasn't that eye-catching. Every hidden house had at least a few ancient spirit beasts, but there were very few ancient spirit beasts that had offensive skills. So there weren't many disciples who brought ancient spirit beasts to the test. If they brought a normal ancient spirit beast, not only would it not be able to help, but they'd also have to take care of it. Wouldn't that be a burden? And so, Lin Yi roughly looked around. There were only 4 or 5 people who went back to the inn to bring out their ancient spirit beasts, and their spirit beasts were at most early phase mystic class, the same level as the pig. So Lin Yi wasn't worried that the pig would be at a disadvantage. One had to know that when spirit beasts fought humans, it didn't matter what level it was. But when spirit beasts fought against spirit beasts, it was based on level. As long as the spirit beasts didn't cause trouble, Lin Yi didn't have to worry too much about them. An hour passed quickly, and Qing appeared in the plaza in front of the inn again. The disciples who were participating in the test were all packed up and ready to go. The news of Lin Yi carrying someone to the test had already spread. All the practitioners thought that there was something wrong with Lin Yi's head. Carrying a dead person to the test? Even if he was infatuated, he wouldn't be this crazy, right? Master Pao, do you think this Ling Yi ate too many retarded pills? Carrying a dead person to the test. Zhuang Niapeo looked at Lin Yi and said mockingly, I think he's looking for death, isn't he? To go to hell with that damn girl of his? Niapeo was surprised as well. He didn't know what Lin Yi was doing, but Niapeo was different from Zhuang Niapeo. His practitioner's arts were special, and he was more sensitive to external energy. He could feel that the girl on Lin Yi's back wasn't dead, but even if she wasn't, she was on the brink of death. With his understanding of Lin Yi, this guy wouldn't do something this stupid, would he? But he did it, and it was incomprehensible. Naipeo wanted to see who was on Lin Yi's back, but Xiao Xiao's face was on Lin Yi's shoulder, and her hair covered it. He couldn't see it clearly, and he gave up after a few glances. Who knows? Maybe she's here for a doctor? Naipeo shook his head. He couldn't think of any other reason for Lin Yi to bring a half-dead girl to the test. Most of the practitioners thought the same as Naipeo and Zhuang Niapeo. They didn't know why Lin Yi was doing this, but they all thought that Lin Yi was crazy. The rest were the people who didn't care what happened to them. What happened to Lin Yi had nothing to do with them. Yang Qiqi, for example, thought that Lin Yi was carrying a girl on his back. She didn't care what he was doing. Qing looked at all the participants, mainly checking the level of the spirit beasts they brought, seeing if any of them exceeded the rules of the Ice Palace. She paused when she saw the person on Lin Yi's back. But she didn't say anything. With her strength, she could feel Xiao Xiao's situation. She was on the brink of death. She didn't know why Lin Yi brought her the test, but Lin Yi's actions didn't break the rules. Chapter 1499. As far as Qing was concerned, this woman was most likely Lin Yi's lover. She was about to die, and Lin Yi was coming to participate in the test. He was worried about leaving her alone at home, so he brought her along. It wasn't strange at all. Not bad. Looks like everyone's following the rules today. Qing looked at the people and the spirit beasts in their hands and nodded. The group couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the previous examples, who would dare do anything under the Ice Palace people's noses anymore? Wasn't that the same as asking for death? Follow me, everyone. On the way to the test, don't make any noise or fight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. With that, Qing turned around and walked forward slowly. The group didn't dare delay and quickly followed. At first, Yushan wanted to instigate Nitian to do something to Yu Bing along the way, but it seemed like he couldn't do that now. The Ice Palace had already given the order, and no one dared to go against it. In the beginning, the road was flat and easy to walk on. However, after entering the range of the snowy mountain, it became more difficult to walk. In addition to the snowy sky, visibility was very low. Everyone activated their own inner force and mental cultivation to maintain their vigilance. Qing had already said that fighting wasn't allowed on the way to the test, but who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any ambushes? In this kind of situation where visibility was very poor, wouldn't it be very unlucky if they were ambushed? They were all mystic practitioners, and once they channeled their practitioners' arts, their eyes and ears were much sharper. They were able to keep up with Qing's footsteps. In fact, Qing was already suppressing her speed on purpose. Otherwise, with her sky-class strength, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was flying. How are you? Are you all right? Yu Bing was a little worried for Lin Yi. After all, it was already hard for them to walk like this, and Lin Yi was still carrying weights. It was obvious that when Lin Yi walked, he kept his body facing the wind so that the snow wouldn't hit Xiao Xiao's face. This might not affect Xiao Xiao, but Lin Yi was doing it subconsciously. Nothing. Lin Yi smiled and said, "She's actually very light. Moreover, carrying her makes me more motivated. Ugh. I understand." Yu Bing looked at Lin Yi, then at Xiao Xiao's chest on Lin Yi's back, his face showing that he understood. Lin Yi was speechless as he looked at Yu Bing's perverted face. Was this guy thinking dirty? The motivation he was talking about was Xiao Xiao's illness. No matter how hard it was, he had to keep moving forward. What did that have to do with this? But with Yu Bing's reminder, Lin Yi realized that it was indeed quite comfortable. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a group of Ice Palace disciples. They were all women in white, but they didn't look as young as the sect master and little Qing. Their appearances were also very ordinary, around 30 to 40 years old. Their white robes were different from the sect master's. The sect master's robe was a very elegant white gauze, while these disciples were all wearing white cotton robes, looking very plain. What surprised him, however, was that all of these Ice Palace disciples were above Earth class. The strongest one was an Earth class late phase peak. Of course, there weren't any Sky class. Once they stepped into Sky class, they wouldn't just be normal disciples anymore. All right, this is the starting point of the test. After Qing stood still, she turned to the participants and said, "To be fair, there will be disciples of the Ice Palace who will send you to different locations on the mountain. The locations will be random. Now, you can all form your own teams, but each team can't have more than 3 people. If there are more than 3, you'll need to split into 2 groups and meet up on the mountain." No one objected to what the Ice Palace was doing. If everyone were to be together, then they'd be thrown into chaos at the start of the test, losing the purpose of the test. But the restriction of 3 people disappointed a lot of them. They'd already contacted quite a lot of people before, thinking that there was strength in numbers. They wouldn't get bullied if they were together, but now that they were limited to 3 people, there was no point in finding more people. Although it was said that they could find their own rendezvous after reaching the top of the mountain, let's not talk about how easy it would be to find them. Even if they found them, the other party's group might not be able to merge with their own group. They might have already joined another group. Naipeo naturally formed a team with Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang. These 2 were the first to meet Naipeo, and they were the most familiar with him. The others couldn't compare. Nitian, on the other hand, formed a team with Yushan. As for Zhao Qikuan, he could only form a team with Zhao Qijio. There was no other choice. He couldn't let Qijio be in his own team. Could he? Lin Yi naturally formed a team with Yubing, but he had Xiao Xiao on his back. Even so, it wouldn't exceed the limit of 3 people. Very quickly, after everyone had split into groups, Qing gave the order, and all the Ice Palace disciples began to move. Each of them grabbed a participant and flew off in different directions of the mountain. Of course, the people in the same team naturally went in the same direction. The snow mountain was covered in white light, and the disciples were very familiar with the route, but the participants weren't. They were thrown in different directions, and they didn't even have a sense of direction. What do we do now? Yu Bing and Lin Yi were thrown in a place where there were no other participants. Yubing looked at the white snow and couldn't help but ask, "Search for the fire spirit's fruit while searching for treasures. That way, you'll be able to pass the test." Lin Yi said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Yubing and Lin Yi were together, and Lin Yi was the leader. He felt that compared to Lin Yi was much stronger than him. Yubing was considered one of the geniuses in House Yu, but compared to Lin Yi, he was nothing. Be it in terms of intelligence or strength, he was nothing. "Skybolt Pig, where's the fire spirit's fruit? Can you sense it?" Lin Yi turned to Skybolt Pig. "Oink." Skybolt Pig shook his head. Chapter 1500. Oink Oink. The Thunder Pig felt wronged, but he couldn't explain himself. In a moment of desperation, he used his paw to write a few words on the snow. "The snow mountain is too big. I can't sense it that far, but I can sense other treasures. If I look around, I might find a fire spirit's fruit." "Fuck. If you can write, why didn't you write earlier?" Lenny didn't think that Skybolt Pig could write. He got even angrier. "You can write? Why didn't you write before?" Gee. Skybolt Pig was even more wronged. "I can't hold a pen, so I can only write on the snow." After he finished, he even showed Lin Yi his scissors. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "All right, then we'll go look for treasures first. You can sense where the fruit is on the way." Gee. The Skybolt Pig nodded in agreement. Lin Yi and Skybolt Pig's conversation made Yu Bing click his tongue in wonder. Even though he had seen many spiritual beasts, there were very few spiritual beasts that could understand human language and understand human language. Not to mention, not only could it understand human language, but it could also write. Yu Bing had never heard of such a thing before. This Lin Yi really could bring him surprises. It was as if all sorts of miraculous things weren't that miraculous when it came to him. "You Pig, you can find treasures?" Yu Bing finally understood why Lin Yi brought a spirit beast that didn't seem to have any attack abilities to participate in the test. It had other abilities, The test grading was based on the number of treasures gathered, and with this little thing here, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting points. We'll be relying on him to find the fruit. Otherwise, where am I supposed to find it in this snowy mountain? Lenny nodded, but don't tell anyone about this. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Yu Bing nodded solemnly. He knew the value of this skybolt pig. If its abilities were as Lin Yi said, then it would be a priceless treasure. Even the ancient sects would drool over it, let alone the hidden houses. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't purposely wipe away the words the pig had written. The wind blew and the words disappeared very quickly. The two of them followed behind the skybolt pig and walked forward. Yang Chi-Chi was in a team by herself. She didn't know anyone and didn't want to team up with anyone. Other than the test, she was here to get the exchange rights for the Ice Palace's treasures. She heard that only the Ice Palace had that herb, and for her injured sisters, she had to find it. Otherwise, even a miracle doctor wouldn't be able to save them. It's an 8-leaf grass. Yang Chi-Chi didn't expect to see an 8-leaf grass growing on the snow not far from where she was standing. This was one of the more obvious elixirs, and while it wasn't that high in level, it was easy to spot. It was much easier to find than the ones hidden under the snow, and so Yang Chi-Chi excitedly took out her knife and carefully cut off the 8-leaf grass, putting it in her bag. Beep beep. Yang Chi-Chi's card beeped twice, and she quickly took it out to see that the number had changed from 0 to 5. It seemed like the 8-leaf grass was worth 5 points. It wasn't much, but it was still a win. A good start is half the battle. A smile appeared on Yang Chi-Chi's cool face. Lil Sis Geo, this time, I'll definitely help you get that herb. Yang Chi-Chi clenched her fists, and the determination returned to her face as she walked forward. It had to be said that Yang Chi-Chi was quite lucky. It didn't take long before she found another snow mushroom under an unknown tree. Looking at the color, it was at least 100 years old. Compared to the 8-leaf grass, this was a true practitioner's medicine. Even hidden houses didn't have many of them. Yang Chi-Chi looked left and right subconsciously, making sure that there was no one around before making her way over to the mushroom. Yang Chi-Chi was very excited. She had crammed a lot of knowledge on spirit herbs before coming to the test, and naturally, she knew how valuable it was. If the 8-leaf grass was worth 5 points, then a normal snow mushroom would be worth at least 100, and this one that was over 100 years old was even more valuable. Yang Chi-Chi didn't think that her luck would be this good. Wasn't this too smooth? But just as Yang Chi-Chi was about to cut the mushroom down, a white python suddenly shot out of a hole in the tree, pouncing at Yang Chi-Chi. Yang Chi-Chi jumped in fright, suddenly remembering that the information she'd crammed mentioned that near treasures that were older than a few decades old, there would be beasts that lived there. These beasts could feel the chi of the treasure, and living beside it would benefit them as well. This was what they called becoming spirits. Actually, becoming spirits was too much of a mythical. The real situation was that normal beasts were transforming into spirit beasts. When a beast absorbed enough chi, it would produce chi within its body, and it would slowly evolve into a spirit beast. It wasn't an ancient spirit beast that was born with it, but these evolved spirit beasts were usually stronger than ancient ones. Ancient spirit beasts were just the descendants of spirit beasts with a pure bloodline. They had some magical abilities, but they didn't necessarily have that much offensive power. Like the Skybolt pig, it only had the ability to find treasures, but it didn't have that much offensive power. General Wei Wu, on the other hand, was obviously strong. It could punch and kick its enemies, and this was the power of an evolved spirit beast. But it was fortunate that Chi-Chi was an assassin and a physical practitioner of Qigong. Her reflexes were extremely fast, and she retreated subconsciously the moment the snake came charging at her, barely dodging the attack. The python didn't chase after Chi-Chi, only standing guard in front of the mushroom, not letting Chi-Chi get any closer. Evidently, it treated the snow mushroom as its private property, and no one else was allowed to touch it. Big Snake, let's discuss this. Can you give me the snow mushroom? I really need it. I need the Ice Palace's exchange rights. Yang Chi-Chi didn't have much confidence in winning against this giant snake, so she had to discuss first. Didn't the information say so? Some spirit beasts that were about to become spirits had their own spirituality and could understand human speech. PSSS- the python hissed at Yang Chi-Chi, full of hostility. Chapter 1501. But Yang Chi-Chi still took a step forward, trying to get closer to the snow mushroom. But before she could, the white python pounced at her with a swoosh. Chi-Chi knew that her negotiation had failed after seeing the python's action. It didn't matter if it understood her or not. It wouldn't let her get the mushroom so easily. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth, not knowing if she should give up or not. But looking at this snowy mountain, she knew that treasures weren't that easy to find. If she really gave up on this mushroom, who knew if she'd be able to find other treasures in the future? Moreover, even if they found it, with the giant python guarding this place, there would probably be other spirit beasts guarding other places. I'll do it. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and took out another poison dagger. She aimed it at the snake's head and plunged it in. If it were any other mystic, this python would be hard to deal with. But if two mystic masters worked together, it wouldn't be hard to take it down. After all, this python hadn't evolved into a true spirit beast. It wasn't even at golden class yet. It didn't even need two mystic masters. Just one mystic would be able to take it down. But while Chi-Chi had the strength of a mystic, her training was a mystic physical practitioner's qigong. She might be mystic, but she didn't have the attack power of a mystic. With a dull clang, Chi-Chi's dagger stabbed into the head of the python, but it only scratched the skin a little, leaving a superficial wound. It didn't do much to the python, but the snake seemed to have been stimulated by the pain. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was fast, but her right hand was holding the dagger, and the dagger was near the snake's head. She didn't have time to pull it back, and the snake's teeth dug into her arm, forming a bone-deep wound. Blood flowed out in an instant. Chi-Chi was in pain, but she didn't let go of the dagger. She knew very well that if she lost the dagger, she wouldn't be able to beat the python unless she gave up and ran. She'd become a meal in its stomach. The enraged snake had bitten Chi-Chi's arm, but it didn't give up on attacking her. Chi-Chi's stab earlier had clearly made the snake hold a grudge, and it pounced on Chi-Chi again. Chi-Chi had no other choice. She could only bite down and swing the dagger again. Hit the snake where it hurts, but Chi-Chi didn't know where to start with this python. She could only randomly stab at the python's body, and after the pain, the python went even crazier. Not only did it want to bite Chi-Chi, it even swung its tail at her. The tail was huge, and Chi-Chi wanted to dodge it, but she couldn't do it in time. She fell to the ground. Chi-Chi was shocked. Her dagger was enough to kill people, but against a python, it was too small. It wasn't enough at all. Seeing the snake coming at her again, Yang Chi-Chi had no choice but to use her dagger to attack the snake, stabbing it again and again. But the snake bit down on her leg, tearing off a chunk of flesh. Oh! Chi-Chi was tearing up from the pain, but she gritted her teeth and held it in. She swung the dagger around, imagining the python as the person she hated the most. She stabbed it again and again. Linny, 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 I'll stab you to death. I'll stab you to death. It was as if the poison on the dagger had taken effect after taking a bite out of Chi-Chi's flesh. It didn't even have time to swallow it before it fell to the ground, motionless. The poison's finally working? Yang Chi-Chi let out a long breath and patted her racing heart, mumbling to herself, "What a close shave I got with my life." No wonder even Uncle Tombstone said that the test was dangerous, that a snake almost ate me. But she'd still defeated the snake in the end, and Chi-Chi's lips curved into a relaxed smile. This no Ganoderma should be worth quite a lot of points, right? As for the injuries, it was a bit more serious this time, but as an assassin, it was normal for Chi-Chi to get injured. She could take it. Chi-Chi got up from the ground, limping as she looked at her bloodied arms and legs. She didn't dare slow down and took out a small bottle from her pocket. This was the medicine Lin he had given her. Yang Chi-Chi carefully opened the bottle and sprinkled the herbs on her legs and arms, not wanting to waste a single drop. Man, there's not much left. I should ask for more when I see that guy. Chi-Chi didn't have the slightest awareness of being ungrateful, as if she didn't even remember the time when she mistook the snake for Lin Yi and stabbed it with her dagger. After applying the herbs, Chi-Chi didn't dare waste any time. Who knew if her fight would attract the attention of others? And so Chi-Chi didn't rest as she limped over, ready to cut the snow Ganoderma. Not far from the mountain, there were two teams that seemed to have found the same herb at the same time. They were in a stalemate, ready to fight at any moment. But the strength of the two teams were about the same. One team had one mystic early phase, one late phase, and one mid-phase. The other team, on the other hand, had two peak late phase masters and one mid-phase master. And so, if these two teams were to fight, it would be hard to tell who would win. And so, in a situation like this, it was a battle of patience. But this scene was seen by Zhang Naipeo, Zhuang Niapeo, and Zhuang Niaoqiang. Master Pao, there's another group of fat sheep up ahead. Zhuang Niapeo pointed at the two teams excitedly. One couldn't blame him for being so excited. Their team didn't even need to worry about finding treasures. They just needed to find people. Without a second word, they just started robbing. And so, it hadn't even been half a day since the test started, and he and Niaoqiang had already gotten 50 points each, and Naipeo himself had already gotten more than 100 points. Not bad. Go get them to hand over their points. Naipeo nodded as if this was something natural. Chapter 1502. These two teams were in a standoff, and they didn't expect that someone else would come, and with such arrogance. But when they turned around and saw Zhang Naipeo, their faces were filled with helplessness and frustration. They knew what kind of person Zhang Naipeo was, and they couldn't help but feel regretful. They shouldn't have fought with him over a herb, and if one of them had given up, they wouldn't have met Zhang Naipeo. But now, not only was the stalk of spirit herb in front of him gone, the other spirit herbs in his hands would also become the spoils of war for others. You guys, what do you want? One of the teams asked, hoping that Zhang Naipeo and the others were just passing by, or that they had their eyes on the herb that didn't have an owner yet. That way, they would be able to escape. What do I want? Hand over your herbs, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, you know what happened to that Ling Yi, right? If you think that you can recover after your chi is sucked dry, then come try. Zhuang Niapeo humphed coldly. So you guys want to snatch it? One of the teams said. The mystic late phase peak wasn't happy. He was the strongest here, even stronger than Zhang Naipeo, and naturally, he didn't want to give up his loot. Snatch it? What a joke. You don't know the rules of the test yet, do you? The test allows you to snatch other people's herbs. Are you deaf? Or do you have a memory problem? Zhuang Niapeo said coldly. What? You don't want to shout it out? Smart. The mystic late phase peak humphed coldly and channeled his practitioner's arts, punching toward Zhang Naipeo, who wasn't far away. He yelled, "Capture the ringleader first. I'll fight Zhang Naipeo. You guys go together and use this chance to cripple them. Otherwise, our loot will all go to others." From the perspective of this mystic late phase peak, no one will want to give their spoils of war to someone else for free. With him leading the way, everyone would definitely be united and attack together. But this mystic late phase peak trial taker had overestimated the guts of the others. As far as he was concerned, the worst-case scenario was that the other team wouldn't make a move, but his own team would. After all, this involved everyone's interests. But after the mystic late phase peak warrior attacked, his two teammates didn't move at all, not to mention the opposing team member. His two teammates were formed at the last minute as well, and their relationship wasn't that strong. It was just a combination of benefits. Their thoughts were simple at this point, and that was that fighting Naipeo wasn't a rational thing to do. His wasp absorption arts could turn his opponent into a cripple, so who would take that risk? Plus, even if he did hurt Naipeo, would he really be fine? He had the ancient sect behind him, the everyday and everyday sect. If they were targeted by something like that, not only would they not have a good life, even their families would be affected. And so, no one moved at this point. They were just waiting to watch the show. If the Mystic late phase peak could beat Naipeo, then they'd be happy to sit back and watch. But if he couldn't, then what was the point of them making a move? They might as well just hand over the loot. Without the loot, they could always look for it again. And even if they couldn't find it, it didn't matter if they couldn't pass the test. But if they lost their strength and became a cripple, then they'd be done for. And so the hot-blooded Mystic late phase peak stupidly walked right into Naipeo's spear. Naipeo only raised his hand casually, taking the attack head-on, and channeled his chrysanthemum wasp absorption arts, absorbing the chi from the Mystic late phase peak into his own body. The Mystic late phase peak was shocked. He'd only heard of it before, but now that he'd experienced it himself, he knew just how scary Naipeo was. Before, he knew how strong Naipeo was, but it was just a rumor. As far as he was concerned, even if Naipeo could absorb other people's strength as long as he stopped channeling his arts, how would he absorb it? Plus, he'd seen that Ling. He didn't lose his strength at all. In fact, he'd broken it. And so, he thought that Naipeo's arts were just rumors, that he wasn't that strong. But now, he realized that he was wrong. Very, very wrong. He stopped channeling his arts, but the chi in his body was still flowing into Naipeo's body, uncontrollably. Moreover, he couldn't move his fist away even if he wanted to. Only now did he realize that the rumors were true. There was no falsehood at all. While he was regretting it, he was also a little pissed off that his partner didn't make a move. What are you guys doing? Hurry up and make a move. My chi is about to be sucked dry. The Mystic late phase peak participant yelled in shock and anger. The other team members looked at each other. No one dared to make a move. What a joke. That Mystic late phase peak wasn't even a match for Naipeo. What right did they have to make a move? What? You guys want to make a move too? Come at me. I'll suck every single one of them. Naipeo cackled coldly. Impossible. I don't believe that. How many hands do you have? Can you suck every single one of them? The Mystic late phase peak seemed to want to prove that Naipeo was lying as he swung his left fist and right leg at the same time. But the next moment, his left fist and right leg were all sucked into Naipeo's body. He couldn't pull them out. And now, the chi in his body was draining even faster. At this moment, the other team members who saw this miraculous scene did not dare to act rashly. We're willing to give all our spoils to Master Pao. The weakest Mystic early phase was scared out of his wits as he quickly took out all the treasures he'd collected and put them on the ground. In order to show that he'd taken everything, he even took out his points card, letting the others see the number on it. What about you guys? Zhuang Niapeo nodded, satisfied. Kid, at least you know your place. Chapter 1503. Ha ha. On the other side, Naipeo was laughing maniacally as he pushed away the practitioner who used to be a Mystic late phase peak. He was no longer a practitioner, but a normal person. Thank you so much. You made me touch the barrier of Mystic late phase peak. I just broke through, and now I'm about to break through again. Ha ha. After all, the chi he took from other people's bodies had to go through another transformation before it could be used by Naipeo. But because the energy was different, there would be some loss after the transformation, and depending on the purity of the opponent's energy, the loss would be different as well. The chi absorbed from Lin Yi's place was extremely pure, allowing him to break through from Mystic mid-phase peak to Mystic late phase. But this Mystic late phase peak practitioner's chi wasn't very pure. And so even though he was stronger than Lin Yi, the efficiency of converting it into his own chi wasn't high. It only gave him a slight benefit. As for him breaking through again, it was just a bluff to scare people off. The Mystic late phase peak was pushed by Naipeo, and he fell to the ground. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes, but it was too late for regrets now. After collecting the spoils, Naipeo left with the brothers Niapeo and Niaoqiang. These people had lost their value, and he needed to find other teams to take their spoils. I'm sorry. We couldn't do anything at that time. After Naipeo left, The mystic early phase peak, who was in the same team as the crippled late phase peak, said apologetically to him, "I saw Naipeo fight Ling Yi with my own eyes, and I knew we weren't his match. I wanted to stop you, but it was too late. Forget it. I was too impulsive and underestimated Naipeo's strength with my mystic late phase peak strength. I can't blame anyone else." The crippled late phase peak smiled bitterly. He couldn't blame anyone else, and he could only blame himself for being too impulsive. "Let's go. We'll continue to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Don't worry, as long as we have it, we'll bring out your share." Everyone was somewhat apologetic about what had happened before. Now that these two teams were penniless, there was no reason for them to continue fighting. It was better to unite and search for elixirs together. Young Chi-Chi carefully cut the mushroom off, and the moment she put it in her bag, her card beeped twice, and the numbers on it started increasing. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 100, 200, 300, and it still didn't stop. Chi-Chi's eyes were wide open. She didn't think that she'd hit the jackpot this time, picking up a treasure. This no Ganoderma wasn't just 100 years old. 500, 600, 1,000, 1,500. Finally, the number on the card stopped at 1,005. In other words, this snow mushroom had given Chi-Chi a full 1,000 points. That was 1,000 points. How many ordinary heavenly treasures would be needed to accumulate that many points? The 8-leaf grass was only worth 5 points. Plus, it had only been half a day. This filled Chi-Chi with confidence. She believed that as long as her luck wasn't too bad, and she could find some ordinary treasures, passing the Ice Palace test wouldn't be a problem at all. This is great. Chi-Chi felt that the wounds on her arms and legs weren't hurting as much anymore. She was full of fighting spirit. "Girl, what's so great?" A cold, mocking voice came from behind Chi-Chi. "Who's there?" Chi-Chi turned around subconsciously and saw the three people she didn't want to see the most. Niapeo, Niapeo, and Naipeo. On the way to Snowfrost Town, this Niapeo had even teased her, and Chi-Chi had a very bad impression of him. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't as strong as them, Chi-Chi would have killed them already. "It's you, Gunslinger, of course. And you, Master Pal," Niapeo added as he remembered that Naipeo was here. "What you guys doing?" Chi-Chi asked subconsciously. "Girl, aren't you acting all high and mighty? Didn't you ignore us? I'll let you know the price of looking down on us." Niapeo laughed coldly. "This place is my world. I'll play you to death." But just as he said that, Niapeo realized that Chi-Chi was covered in blood on her body. On her legs, it was scary. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He'd been planning on messing with Chi-Chi during the test, but seeing her in such a pitiful state, he lost interest all of a sudden. Who would want to play with a bloody person? "Fuck, what's wrong with you? You're covered in blood," Niapeo said unhappily. "It's none of your business." Chi-Chi looked at the three cautiously. "You're lucky. Hand over all your loot, and I'll let you go. I won't kill you." Zhuang Niapeo waved his hand impatiently. "Why should I?" Chi-Chi subconsciously tightened her grip on her backpack. She worked so hard to get this. How could she give it up so easily? That was impossible. "Why should I? Hand it over if you don't want to die," Niapeo shouted. "Dream on." Chi-Chi yelled as she channeled her Qigong and turned around, wanting to run away from this place. But young Chi-Chi had forgotten that her leg was already injured, and her lightness kung fu had been severely affected. She didn't even make it a few steps before she almost fell to the ground from the pain. But while her starting speed wasn't slow, there was someone who was faster. In the blink of an eye, Naipeo was standing not far from Chi-Chi, his speed shocking. This was the first time Naipeo had used any other aspect of his strength other than his wasp absorption arts. He didn't only know the wasp absorption arts. There were other arts in the chrysanthemum arts, but Naipeo didn't use them under normal circumstances. The other arts weren't as practical as the wasp absorption arts. The wasp absorption arts could turn other people's strength into his own, and to Naipeo, it was like a golden finger. Chapter 1504. After all, his kung fu was just too creepy. If he were to absorb anyone he met, how were they supposed to live? And so, in order to avoid being surrounded, Naipeo only used the wasp absorption arts on his enemies. He wouldn't use it on anyone else. Yang Chi-Chi, for example, was only running away and not attacking. Naipeo wouldn't use the wasp absorption arts on her. It was like a cheat, and people would get jealous if he used it too much. Naipeo could be considered invincible in the Mystic class, but what about Earth class? If he was at the early phase of Earth class, he could risk getting injured to use the wasp absorption divine art. But if he was at the peak of the early phase of Earth class, he couldn't do it. He was arrogant, but not arrogant. Besides, leveling up wasn't his main goal. His main goal was to break through the first stage of the chrysanthemum arts and enter the second stage. This was why he was participating in the test. He was looking for an opportunity to break through. Naipeo, on the other hand, didn't really care about strength growth. As long as he trained the second stage of the chrysanthemum arts, his strength would naturally increase. He was at the first stage of the chrysanthemum arts now, only one step away from the second. But he couldn't open the jade box for the second stage. Naipeo might be at the first stage, but he still couldn't open the box for the second stage. He still couldn't understand it. He remembered that when he first opened the jade box containing the first level of the cultivation method, he didn't have to spend much effort at all. But now, even after using all of his strength, he was still unable to open the jade box on the second layer. Trying to run away from me, Naipeo? Who do you think you are? Naipeo looked at Chi-Chi coldly. I'm a person who doesn't want to fight with girls. Hand over your treasures, and I'll let you go. Don't force my hand. No. Chi-Chi bit her lips, cursing Naipeo for being a robber. How could this guy be so evil? Instead of searching for treasures of heaven and earth, he went to rob others' things. But if it were any other situation, Yang Chi-Chi could always run away if she couldn't win. Her family's qigong was no joke, after all. It was the result of generations of research and practice. But now, she was seriously injured and couldn't run fast at all, not to mention fighting with others. Humph. Naipeo humphed coldly and floated to Chi-Chi's side. With a wave of his hand, Chi-Chi's bag of treasures fell into Naipeo's hands. Since you're a girl, I won't turn you into a cripple. Give it back. Chi-Chi was in despair. She wanted her treasure back, but how was she a match for Naipeo? At this point, Naipeo was already far away, standing at his original position. Master Pao is indeed powerful. Not only does he have divine skills to protect his body, but his lightness skill is also amazing. Zhuang Niapeo praised. He didn't know that Naipeo had other skills other than the wasp absorption arts, but now that he saw it, he realized that the people of the ancient sect were not to be underestimated. If one thought that Naipeo only knew the wasp absorption arts and nothing else, then they would be sorely mistaken. Yeah, once Master Pao makes a move, it'll be as easy as pie. Zhuang Niapeo said as well. It's all right, Naipeo said faintly. He looked at Chi-Chi's bag and took out the treasures. He wasn't interested in the other women's stuff. He had no interest in the things that men and women used. He was a transcendent being. Only 2 heaven and earth treasures? You're poor enough. Naipeo frowned. He didn't expect Chi-Chi to only have 2 treasures in her bag. It was too little. Chi-Chi was troubled. You think it's too little? You don't want it? Give it back. Humph. Chi-Chi humphed coldly. The next moment, Naipeo put the 2 treasures into his bag, and he let out a surprise gasp. His electronic card had suddenly increased by 1,000 points. Before this, he only had 300 points, and that was after robbing a few teams of their own. 1,000 points? What the hell are these 2 things? Naipeo didn't really look at Chi-Chi's treasures before, only throwing them into his pouch casually. But now, he quickly took them out, and his eyes landed on the snow Ganoderma. He couldn't help but be surprised. A 500-year-old snow Lingji? You're really a rich little lady. You can even find such a heaven-defying treasure of heaven and earth. I've underestimated you. But thank you so much, 1,000 points. It looks like I'm going to get first place this time. Congratulations, Master Pao, congratulations. Master Pao, you're a lucky man. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niao Qiang congratulated him, envious. But since this was Naipeo's, they didn't dare ask for it. Ha! You guys don't have to worry. You can have all the treasures we get in the future. I've got more than enough. Naipeo laughed and turned to Chi-Chi. Thank you so much, girl. Chi-Chi was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. Her tears couldn't help but flow down her face as she listened to Naipeo and the others' proud words. This was the Snow Lingji that she had worked so hard for, fighting the python, and it was taken away by these villains just like that. They really were evil. The more she thought about it, the sadder and sadder she felt. She already had the right to trade, but now she had to start all over again. But with her injuries like this, could she still get any other treasures? Normal ones were fine, but what about the treasures guarded by wild beasts? It was definitely impossible to obtain it. You're saying that there's a 500-year Snow Lingji up ahead? Are you for real? Even someone like Lin Yi, who had seen a lot of treasures, was shocked by this news from Skybolt Pig. 500-year-old Snow Lingji might not be of much use to Xiao Xiao, but it was still a legendary treasure. Zhang Liju's refiner's notes had mentioned that it was one of the ingredients used to make many 4th and 5th level elixirs. It was a priceless treasure. Chapter 1505. Soulmate, GG. Skybolt Pig nodded with certainty, implying that there was no need to doubt his instincts. 500-year-old snow mushroom. If we get it, we'll get at least 500 points. Yu Bing said with some envy and shock. This one treasure is enough to pass the Ice Palace test. Haha, if that's the case, then you can have all the treasures we found earlier. I only need this one. Linny smiled and said to Yu Bing. Really? Thank you so much. Yu Bing said, excited. Lin, he was really lucky. Originally, it was all thanks to Skybolt Pig that they found all these treasures, and even if Lin, he didn't give it to him, Yu Bing wouldn't say anything. But now, Lin, he was giving all the treasures he found earlier to him. Didn't that mean that he would have a lot of points? One had to know that the treasures they found earlier added up to 400 to 500 points. According to Yu Bing's estimation, 400 to 500 points should be enough to get into the top 10. The heaven and earth treasures that the Sky Thunder Pig found were all worth more than 50 points. As for those heaven and earth treasures that were worth 5 or 10 points, it would ignore them and pretend not to see them. Therefore, this was also the reason why they found so many heaven and earth treasures with high points in half a day. In this period of time, Lin Yi and Yu Bing had met a few other teams, but these people all stayed away from Lin Yi and Yu Bing. They didn't seem to have any intentions of stealing from them. Although many people saw Lin getting stepped on by Zhang Naipeo, they also saw how Lin recovered his strength in one night and broke through to Mystic Late Phase. These people saw with their own eyes that Lin, he was a weird person, and no one would try to cause trouble for him. They knew that they weren't Zhang Naipeo, and they had no confidence in dealing with a weirdo like him. And so, they saved a lot of trouble along the way. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was a person who wouldn't touch others if they didn't mess with him. He didn't really care about the others. Gee. All of a sudden, Skybolt Pig stopped beside a huge tree, and his face was filled with disappointment and helplessness. What's wrong? Linny frowned. You didn't find the snow mushroom? There's a python here. Looks like it was killed not long ago. Yu Bing pointed at the tree. Lin looked over and saw a dead white python. At this moment, half of the python's body was covered in snow. Because it was also white, if one didn't look carefully, they would have missed it. As for the Skybolt Pig, it ran to the side of the towering tree and used its front paws to dig at the snow. After a while, the snow on the roots of the tree was removed. The disappointment on the Skybolt Pig's face became even stronger. Oink, oink! Skybolt Pig pointed at the place he dug with his front paw. Lin heard Skybolt Pig's call and looked over. He saw that where Skybolt Pig was pointing, there was the root of a snow mushroom that had just been dug out. In other words, this snow mushroom had just been dug out. Dug out. Linny asked. From the looks of it, it should have been dug out not long ago. Seems like that's the case. Yu Bing walked over as well and said regretfully after seeing the situation on top of the tree roots. I wonder who dug it out. How could they be so lucky? Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, Forget it. We already have enough heaven-defying cheating devices. We don't need one more snow Ganoderma. Let's continue looking for other treasures. That's true. Yu Bing nodded. Let's go, little fella. Let's go find the next treasure. Lin Yi said to Skybolt Pig. Gee. Skybolt Pig didn't want to give up. He pointed at a direction not far away, as if telling the person who dug out the snow mushroom to go in that direction. Linny paused, but understood immediately. Skybolt Pig should still be able to sense the existence of the snow mushroom. He didn't lose his sense just because the snow mushroom was dug out. Looking in the direction Skybolt Pig was pointing, Lin Yi paused. Lin Yi saw a black shadow not far away. It should be a person, and there were red bloodstains on him. He seemed to be injured. There's a person over there, Lin Yi asked curiously. It seems like it's really a person. Yu Bing saw the black shadow not far away. Let's go take a look. Let's not mind our own business. Lin Yi wasn't someone who liked to meddle in other people's business. Whether the participant was injured or not didn't matter to him. Let's take a look first. Maybe it's someone we know, Yu Bing suggested. All right, let's go take a look then, Lin Yi nodded. The two walked towards the black shadow as they talked. When they got closer, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the face of the black shadow. Isn't that your girlfriend? Yu Bing teased. Confident, more like chasing after the soul. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. The injured person on the snow was Yang Chi-Chi. At this moment, Yang Chi-Chi was sitting on the snow, angrily wiping her tears. It wasn't because she was in pain, but because she couldn't stand the fact that her hard-earned loot was taken away by a villain. Her plan to pass the Ice Palace test was basically ruined. Although that was what Lin Yi said, Lin Yi couldn't just ignore it. After all, he'd saved Chi-Chi twice already, and now that he saw it, Lin Yi had to help. During the strength test, he announced that Chi-Chi was a freelancer, and this made Lin Yi feel like they were in the same boat. Since they were both freelancers without the support of a big sect, Lin Yi would naturally help if he could. What's wrong? Did someone hurt you? Sitting on the ground and crying? Lin Yi walked over and smiled at Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi was so focused on getting angry that she didn't even notice that someone had gotten close. In fact, if Lin Yi didn't want her to notice, she wouldn't have noticed at all. Why are you here? Laughing at me? Chi-Chi saw that it was Lin Yi. Her face was pale from the blood loss, and a trace of despair flashed across her face. Why did this guy have to be her unlucky self every time she was in trouble? Chapter 1506. Chapter 1504. You're as bad as they're both. Chi-Chi nodded, a little troubled that Lin Yi had hit the nail on the head. Both? You were the one who found the snow herb? Lin Yi blinked. It was me, but Zhang Naipeo and those bastards took it away. Chi-Chi said angrily. If I hadn't gotten hurt fighting the snake, they wouldn't have gotten it. Come on. If it weren't for your injuries, you'd probably die a worse death fighting Zhang Naipeo. Lin Yi teased. Humph. Chi-Chi humphed, but didn't deny it. Naipeo was strong, and she knew that she wasn't his match. I didn't want to get involved in this at first, but since it was Zhang Naipeo who took it, I don't mind getting it back. Lin Yi heard that it was Naipeo who took the herb, and he started thinking about stealing it. Really? Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Really? But I won't give it back to you. Whoever gets it first. Lin Yi, naturally, wasn't planning on giving it back to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi couldn't hold back her tears anymore after hearing Lin Yi's overbearing words. She'd been wronged enough already, and Lin Yi had finally given her some hope, letting her see the light at the end of the tunnel. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had become a robber. He didn't give the herb back to her, instead taking it for himself. This made young Chi-Chi even sadder. Thinking about Lil Nine's sickness, young Chi-Chi felt even worse. She was so close to getting the right to exchange, but it was gone just like that. You're as bad as them. Chi-Chi glared at Lin Yi, tears falling down her cheeks as if Lin Yi had stolen something from her. I wanted the exchange right to cure my good sister, but now... Wah! Chi-Chi didn't even cry when she was hurt, but now she was crying. Although Lin Yi was a cold person, he was a bit soft-hearted. He couldn't ignore the people he knew. He thought about how this cool girl didn't cry even when she was heavily injured, but now she was crying because a heavenly treasure was stolen. In that case, the exchange right was really important to her. All right, don't cry. I'll snatch it back later and return it to you. But we want the other things. Lin Yi said helplessly. You're a physical cultivator, right? I'll need your help later. If you want the snow Lingji, you have to put in some effort. Really? Chi-Chi was overjoyed at Lin Yi's words. She nodded quickly. Yes, I'll do my best. Definitely. Huh. Lin Yi smiled. All right, let's heal your wounds first, and then we'll go find Zhang Naipeo for revenge. Lin Yi wasn't in a rush to go after Naipeo. He had the Skybolt pig, and he'd be able to find out where the Snow Lingji was. As long as the Snow Lingji was on Naipeo, he'd be able to find him. Even without Chi-Chi, Lin Yi would have gone after Naipeo. He'd suffered a loss before, and although he'd managed to break through, Lin Yi wasn't the type to let things slide. It wouldn't be in Lin Yi's character to let things slide. Heal now. Chi-Chi paused. I've already used the medicine you gave me. Yu Bing stood on the side, finding it funny. These two were like happy enemies. Lin Yi said he wasn't going to help, but he still did, and even gave the Snow Lingji back to this cool girl. But Yu Bing didn't complain. After all, Lin Yi was the one who took the Snow Lingji back. Lin Yi was free to give it back to Chi-Chi if he wanted to. The medicine won't heal anytime soon. If you want to stand up and fight now, then stop talking, Lin Yi said. Oh, then, do I still need to take off my clothes? Chi-Chi remembered that her shoulder and leg were injured as well. Was Lin Yi going to take off her clothes again? No need. Lin Yi didn't say much and squatted down next to Chi-Chi. Because of Xiao Xiao behind him, Lin Yi couldn't sit down. After that, Lin Yi grabbed Chi-Chi's hand and locked her meridians. He threw away the bandages and medicine and quickly channeled the art of dragon mastery into the jade space. Chi-Chi was startled. She didn't want to be held by a man like Lin Yi, but seeing that Lin Yi was only checking her meridians and didn't do anything else, she let him. But in the next moment, Chi-Chi felt a warm flow from Lin Yi's hand into her meridians. Her wound started to feel warm, making Chi-Chi very comfortable. She couldn't help but let out a moan. But after the moan, Chi-Chi blushed a little. That moan really did sound like some kind of sound, and in front of Lin Yi, she felt very embarrassed. A playful smile appeared on Yu Bing's lips, but when he saw the serious look on Lin Yi's face, Yu Bing realized that he was wrong. Lin Yi didn't seem to be doing anything dirty at all. Chi-Chi also saw that Lin Yi didn't seem to care about her at all, and she let out a breath of relief. Huh. Chi-Chi suddenly realized that the wounds on her shoulder and arm were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chi-Chi was shocked. How was this possible? The scene in front of her was beyond her imagination. She had never seen a wound that could heal like this. Chi-Chi's question attracted Yu Bing's attention as well. Originally, Yu Bing didn't want to see Lin Yi heal Chi-Chi because he was afraid of seeing something he shouldn't see. But now that he turned around subconsciously, he saw the miraculous scene on Chi-Chi's wound. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This! How is this possible? Even Hao-sun doesn't have this kind of ability, does he?" When Yu Bing's swollen face was healed by Lin Yi, he was already surprised enough, but he wasn't as surprised as he was right now. Treating swollen wounds was different from treating wounds. Swollen wounds could be treated with pure qi, but there was a lot of flesh on the wounds. How could they be healed so quickly? Very quickly. The wounds on Chi-Chi's shoulder and arm were completely healed, and there was white skin growing on her arm. It's done? Chi-Chi couldn't believe her eyes. You heal my arm just like that? Don't talk, there's still your leg. Lin Yi said faintly. Chapter 1507. Did you do it on purpose? It didn't take long for Chi-Chi's leg injury to heal as well. It's done. Lin, he stood up. It's done? It's really done? Chi-Chi looked at her leg and arm in disbelief. Lin, I really don't know what to say. You can even heal an injury like this so quickly. Yu Bing looked at Chi-Chi's flawless arm in shock. Don't look at indecent things. If you want to be chased by her, then keep looking. Lin, he reminded Yu Bing. Yu Bing jumped in fright and quickly turned his head around. In actuality, Chi-Chi's injuries were only on her arm and calf. As for her shoulder, Lin, he didn't purposely take away the medicine that she used to bandage it. It didn't really matter. So, even if Yu Bing saw her arm and calf, it didn't matter. Right? You could heal me like this. Why did you take off my clothes last time? Were you trying to be a pervert? Chi-Chi suddenly remembered that Lin, he took off her clothes when he healed her last time. He didn't even need to take off her clothes to heal her, so he must have done it on purpose? Looking at the angry Chi-Chi, Lin, he didn't know what to say. He was healing her, and now she was in trouble? I didn't know how to heal like this last time. Lin, he said faintly, and this method uses a lot of chi. You're a typical ungrateful person, aren't you? I healed you, and you're questioning me instead of thanking me? Chi-Chi was embarrassed, but she understood what Lin he was saying. She was a physical practitioner, but she knew the importance of chi. And so, Chi-Chi said unwillingly this time, Thanks, but I can't just let it go like this when you saw me naked last time. Do whatever you want. Lin, he didn't want to talk to her anymore. It wasn't the first or second time Chi-Chi said something like this. Yu Bing was laughing on the side, thinking that the conversation between these two was quite amusing. Right? Who's that on your back? Chi-Chi had been curious about why Lin he was carrying someone on his back to participate in the test. My girlfriend is sick. She needs a type of elixir to cure her illness. Lin, he didn't hide anything. My goal is similar to yours. We are both looking for elixirs to treat other people's illnesses. Oh. Chi-Chi looked at Xiao Xiao behind Lin he and nodded. This guy was quite good to his girlfriend. He actually carried her behind his back to participate in the trial. Didn't he find it troublesome? Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Zhang Naipeo. Lin, he said, I've thought of a few countermeasures, one of which is to use a physical practitioner against him. His practitioner's arts can absorb spiritual practitioner's strength for his own use. So it's almost impossible for spiritual practitioners to fight him head-on, but it's different for physical practitioners. Physical practitioners don't have chi in their bodies, and he can't absorb it. When the time comes, we can use physical practitioners to attack him, and maybe we'll get an unexpected result. You're saying you want me to attack Zhang Naipeo? Chi-Chi asked. Yes, I'll attract his attention, and you attack him from behind. Lin, he nodded. All right. Chi-Chi didn't say much. She hated Zhang Naipeo to the bone, so there was no way she would let go of a chance to deal with him herself. Then what do I need to do? Yu Bing asked. You just need to keep the Zhuang brothers occupied. Don't let them cause trouble in the middle. Lin, he said. All right, no problem. Yu Bing didn't dare fight Zhang Naipeo, but he had some confidence in dealing with Niapeo and Niaoqiang. Little guy, let's go. Bring us to the snow, Ganoderma. Lin, he said to Skybowl Pig after arranging everything. Oink oink. Skybowl Pig nodded and started running. He didn't want to give up anymore. After all, the snow Ganoderma he'd been looking for was taken away by someone else. How would he just give up like that? Zhang Naipeo, Zhuang Niapeo, and Zhuang Niaoqiang were walking and stopping. Other than collecting some treasures themselves, they were waiting for other teams to come and steal from them. At this moment, Zhang Naipeo had just stolen another team's treasures and was splitting the spoils with the Zhuang brothers. Getting something for nothing, doesn't it feel good? After walking for a while, Lin he saw Zhang Naipeo and the other two. They had just stolen something from another team, and so Lin he couldn't help but mock them. Who did I think it was? Isn't this the school's boss, Lin? What's wrong? You have too much strength, and you want to give me some? Zhang Naipeo turned around and saw Lin Yi. He paused and started laughing. He didn't know why Lin Yi was here, but as far as he was concerned, Lin Yi was going to give him strength again. No matter what tricks Lin Yi had up his sleeves, it was useless. The wasp absorption arts was omnipotent. Stealing from others feels good, doesn't it? But the feeling of being robbed isn't bad either. Lenny walked towards Naipeo and said calmly, "You mean you want to have a taste of being robbed?" Naipeo understood what Lenny was saying, but as far as he was concerned, he was just bluffing. He pretended like he didn't understand and asked back, "Then come, I'll let you have a taste of being robbed. Do it." With that, he moved first, sending a palm towards Naipeo. Naipeo laughed as he looked at as if he was looking at an idiot. He reached out his hand towards Lin. "Some people just don't have a good memory. After getting sucked once, you still want to come to me. I really don't understand. Is there really such an idiot in this world?" Yu Bing and Chi-Chi moved at the same time Lenny spoke. Chi-Chi was an expert in assassination, and her Qin Gong had recovered as well. In an instant, she moved behind Naipeo. Naipeo was surprised. He had channeled the chrysanthemum wasp absorption arts, but he didn't get any chi from Lin Yi's hand. In the next moment, he understood that he did not use the incantation, and the palm that he struck out did not carry a shred of pure chi. Chapter 1508. I'm tricking you. You idiot. This is your fourth plan, isn't it? You want to use this to attack me? But I'm sorry. My wasp absorption arts is just a passive art from the chrysanthemum arts, a passive skill. Now, have you realized that you can't stop anymore? What? It's a passive skill. Lin Yi's face changed. Ha 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 ha. You just realized? It's too late. Just wait for you to become a cripple again. Naipeo's eyes were filled with disdain towards Lin Yi. Master Pao's divine arts protect you. Master Pao is mighty. Zhuang Niapeo and Zhuang Niaoqiang saw that Yi had become Naipeo's sacrificial pawn once again, and they started cheering. Yu Bing and Chi-Chi, on the other hand, had a look of deep worry in their eyes. But in a situation like this, they couldn't do anything. Naipeo was practically invincible. How could they do anything? And so, they could only put their hopes on Lin Yi, hoping for a miracle. "Oh," Lin Yi nodded faintly. "Actually, I forgot to tell you that the first 4 plans were just for you to play with. The 5th plan is the one I'm really planning to use." "The 5th plan? You think you can still use the 5th plan? Do you still have the ability to use the 5th plan?" Naipeo paused and said with disdain, "You're about to have your chi sucked dry. How are you going to use the 5th plan?" "I'm using it right now," Lin Yi said with a straight face. "I'm using it." Naipeo's face changed all of a sudden. "Wah. Suck it. Why don't you keep sucking? Why did you stop?" Lin Yi easily pulled his hand back from Naipeo's palm. Naipeo had stopped sucking Lin Yi's chi. What did you do to the chi?" All of a sudden, Naipeo's face turned red, and his body started to inflate like a balloon. In the next moment, before he could even finish his sentence, his entire body let out a deafening, earth-shattering sound. Boom! Naipeo exploded. Of course, this explosion didn't come from Naipeo's entire body, but from his inside. There was a huge explosion inside his body. Puffed! Dash! Naipeo spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he fell to the ground, unable to move. "Didn't you enjoy sucking it? Continue? I still have a lot of true chi. Do you want it or not?" He said coldly as he looked at Naipeo. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. Just now, when Yi and Naipeo were fighting, they had attracted the attention of the other teams, but they didn't know what was going on. From what they saw, Naipeo, who had the upper hand, suddenly exploded and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Could it be that he'd absorbed too much energy and exploded? My meridians, all broken. Naipeo couldn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. He didn't know what Yi did, but the chi he absorbed from he seemed to have expanded countless times over. It was just a small ball of chi, but it made his meridians explode. His wasp absorption arts didn't even have time to convert it before tragedy struck. But this was the chi of an Earth class early phase. He was just a mystic late phase. How could he do this? "Oh, You're the main character. You can fix it even if it's broken. Lin, he said casually, you came out with a halo and a golden finger. It'll be fine. Linny, just you wait. The day after day, sect won't let you get away with this. My master won't let you get away with this. Naipeo said furiously. Oh, what did you guys decide to let me go? If it weren't for you, it'd be me, wouldn't it? Linny shrugged as he asked in return. Naipeo had no hope left. He needed to get back to the sect as soon as he could. His meridians were all broken, and he needed to think of a way. The 4 plans Lin he had used before were just to stall for time, and talking to Naipeo for so long was just a stall for time. After all, Lin he had been compressing the chi bomb in his body. It wasn't until Lin E was done that Lin E activated the art of dragon mastery, letting Naipeo absorb his chi. And so, it didn't take long for Naipeo to absorb Lin Yi's chi bomb. Of course, Lin Yi's chi bomb had been carefully compressed as well. If he had used his full strength, Naipeo would have been blown to smithereens. But Lin he wouldn't have been able to avoid getting hurt as well. But the rules of the Ice Palace were very clear. No one was allowed to die, and so Lin he could only injure or cripple Naipeo, not kill him. Of course, Lin he wouldn't explain these things to Naipeo. It didn't matter if he understood or not. Lin he was planning on using the same method to deal with the other people in Naipeo's sect. It'd be a waste of time if he let them find a way to deal with it. With that, Naipeo stumbled up from the ground, not even bothering to pick up his backpack as he ran down the mountain. He was heavily injured, but his endurance was incredible, and no one tried to stop him. After all, Naipeo might be crippled, but going against him now was the same as going against the everyday and everyday sect. Lin he had injured Naipeo. What was going on? The spectators all looked at Lin E with awe and respect in their eyes. At this moment, they all hurriedly slipped away, planning to hide as far away as possible. Who knew if Lin E would come for their treasures as well? If Lin E were to really do it, they wouldn't dare fight back. Naipeo wasn't strong enough, so what right did they have to go against Lin E? Which one is Naipeo's? The Snow Ganoderma? Lin E turned to Naipeo and Niao Qiang as he asked faintly. Ling Bro no. Master Ling, Master Pao. Ugh, Pao's stuff is here. Please accept it. Naipeo saw that Lin E was looking at him, and quickly handed over Naipeo's backpack to Lin E, afraid that he'd die if Lin E wasn't happy. You guys hand it in as well? I don't need to do anything, right? Lin E asked as he took the backpack. Chapter 1509. Chapter 1508. Feng Nitian's Pride. No need, of course not. This is supposed to be for you, Master Ling. Naipeo's face changed quickly, but he had no choice. If he didn't change his face now, wouldn't he be looking for death? He had already offended Lin E in order to kiss Naipeo's ass, and now was the time to change? Lin E took the thing Zhuang Naipeo gave him and nodded. All right, you two can leave now. My hands are itching to see you too. I want to beat you up. Wah. Naipeo paused and quickly said, We'll disappear now, absolutely fast, faster than the speed of light. With that, Naipeo took Niao Qiang and ran away. Naipeo was now a cripple, and while they didn't know what Lin E did, they were sure that if Lin E did the same to them, they wouldn't have it easy. They sure run fast, faster than a rabbit. Yang Qiqi looked at the 2 Zhuang brothers running away like monkeys when the tree fell, feeling a little unhappy. Where was the arrogance they had when they tried to rob her? Now that they saw Lin E hurt Naipeo, they called Lin E Grandpa. What the hell was that? All right, take your snow Lingji. Don't lose it again. Lin E said as he handed the herb back to Qiqi. Ah, Qiqi took the herb, a look of gratitude on her face. Thank you. Thank you. Lin E nodded. No need to thank me. You did help too. Lin E waved his hand. But I didn't help much. Qiqi was a little embarrassed. Her attack didn't do anything to Naipeo, and she saw it with her own eyes. I asked you to help me stall for time. All those plans before were just to stall for time. I never thought they would work. Lin E said, but if you feel bad about it, you can give it back to me. No. Chi-Chi quickly put the herb away. You've already promised me. Huh. Linny smiled. We'll meet again. You've more or less got enough points, and even with Zhang Naipeo and the Zhuang brothers, we only have 500 points each. We need to get some more to pass. Can I go with you guys? Chi-Chi was really starting to get scared now. What if they got robbed again? She did not want to lose the snow Lingji that she had finally regained after losing it with great difficulty. You? With us? Lin, he was slightly taken aback. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble, and I won't ask for your treasures. I just feel safer this way, Chi-Chi said quickly. Then let's go. Lin, he had no reason to refuse, so he nodded. The news of Zhang Naipeo's defeat spread like wild. Many didn't see it with their own eyes, but they heard the news from the mouths of others. It was Ling Yi who crippled Zhang Naipeo. Such shocking news caught these people off guard. Zhang Naipeo was from an ancient sect, a master with ultimate skills. How did he lose? Wasn't this Ling Yi a little too strong? And so, these people changed from guarding against robbers, thieves, and Naipeo to guarding against robbers, thieves, and Ling Yi. Of course, this was just a joke. The person they were guarding against now was Feng Nitian. After all, Feng Nitian was doing the same thing as Zhang Naipeo. He brought Yushan with him to rob other people's treasures. Nitian bro, I heard that Ling, he crippled Zhang Naipeo. What's going on? Why is he so strong? Yushan, naturally, heard the news as well. After all, Lin Yi and Yu Bing were on the same side. If Lin Yi was really that strong, then how was he supposed to deal with Yu Bing? Who knows? But don't worry about him. Even if he's strong, it doesn't matter. In front of me, he's nothing. Feng Nitian said, I can control anyone under Earth class. It doesn't matter if he's a spiritual practitioner or physical practitioner. He won't be able to escape from my domain. As long as he's in my domain, he won't be able to move. If he can't move, how can he attack? He can only get beaten up. Ha! That's right. That means that Nitian Bro is much stronger than Zhang Naipeo. Yushan calmed down after hearing that. At that time, Nitian would use his godly arts and freeze Lin Yi in place. What would Lin Yi do then? No matter how strong he was, he'd just die. You can't say that. We all have our strengths. Although he said that, Feng Nitian was still very prideful, because Yushan was right. Someone Zhang Naipeo couldn't handle. Feng Nitian had absolute confidence. But that Zhang Naipeo really isn't as strong as Nitian Bro. He'll only get beaten up if he meets you. Nitian Bro, if we lock him in place, he won't be able to touch us, and we'll be able to do whatever we want. Yushan said respectfully. Feng Nitian smiled faintly, not saying anything. He'd heard that Naipeo's wasp absorption arts was a passive skill. It didn't matter if he was locked in place or not. But even so, Nitian did think that he was stronger than Naipeo. If they were to fight, even if he couldn't do anything to Naipeo, he could still shoot him with a firearm after he froze him. Wouldn't he still be able to kill him? He didn't believe that Naipeo could turn bullets into chi. At the highest point of the mountain stood two girls, one in green and one in white. It was Qing and the sect master of the Ice Palace. From where they stood, they could see the entire view of the Ice Snow Spirit Mountain. The vision and perception of a heaven rank expert was not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Without the help of any electronic equipment, they could clearly see everything that was happening on the Ice Snow Spirit Mountain. That Ling Yi, interesting. The sect master commented faintly after seeing Ling Yi beat Naipeo. Yeah, I don't know what move he used to cripple Naipeo, Qing said, confused. Qing was a bit confused. But if an ancient sect's disciple is injured, won't they take it out on us? Would they dare? The sect master said calmly. For them, we changed the rules of the trial, not letting the participants kill each other. That's already giving them enough face. Now that he's alive, we've done our part. He dares to take his anger out on us? Even if the everyday sect's elder were here, they'd only be on the same level as me. That's true. Qing nodded. We, the Ice Palace, have never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 1510. Oh, doesn't that use up a lot of chi? Ching said with some surprise after hearing the sect master's words. In theory, it does use up a lot of chi. It's the same as using up your own strength to fight the enemy. The sect master paused, a little suspicious. But this person is a little special. Aunt Ching, didn't Li say this before? All of his chi had been sucked out by Nai Peo, and he was a complete cripple. But in one night, not only did he recover his strength, he even broke through. It seems like there are a lot of special people amongst the freelancers. Aunt Ching sighed. Too bad he's a man. There's no way he'll be able to become a core member of the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace didn't accept men, and this was an unwritten rule that wasn't made public, but all the core members of the Ice Palace knew about it. The Ice Palace's inner sect was all women. If a man were to enter, there was only one possibility, and that was that the heir of the Ice Palace had appeared. In order to continue the Ice Palace's legacy, the heir needed to find a husband to continue the lineage, but in all these years, no heir had ever appeared, so there were no men in the inner sect. As for those male trial takers who fantasized about becoming an outer sect disciple of the Ice Palace, they would all be disappointed in the future. No matter how outstanding they were, they wouldn't be able to enter the core of the Ice Palace. Just like the owner, Li, he didn't just have a magical ability, he wasn't weak either. But after all these years, he was still a normal disciple guarding the door, never entering the inner sect. Our Ice Palace doesn't need outsiders. The Ice Palace mistress shook her head. Evidently, Lin, he wasn't good enough for her. She was just curious, that was all. That's true. However, Palace Master, what do you think is going on with the lady that Ling Yi is carrying? Qing and the sect master were master and servant in name. But after the sect master Sherfa left, she was the one taking care of the sect master until she grew up. She was more like an auntie, so the two of them weren't too distant from each other. In front of the sect master, Qing wasn't too restrained, and the sect master even called her Aunt Qing, because she had been calling him that since she was young. Even after she grew up and officially became the palace master, she still called him that. Because of the sect master's strength, even the grand elder had to treat her with respect. In the ancient sects, strength was everything, and the sect master's strength was there for all to see. No one could say anything about what she did, and no one dared. I'm not sure, but it looks like he's dying. I haven't checked yet, the sect master said. Perhaps he's participating in the trial to get the right to trade for treasures, to cure the friend he's carrying. Perhaps that's the case. Qing nodded. As the sect master and Qing talked about Lin, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. It wasn't because Lin Yi sensed anything, but it was a natural sixth sense. Lin Yi closed his eyes and entered the jade space, using the jade space's senses to see who was watching him. The jade space didn't warn him, so that meant the person watching him didn't have any intentions of ambushing him. But, to Lin Yi's disappointment, Lin Yi could only guess that the person watching him came from above the mountain, but he couldn't see who it was. Lin Yi raised his head subconsciously, looking at the peak of the mountain. That was where the Ice Palace was. Could it be that the Ice Palace's people were watching the participants' every move? That had to be it. With that thought in mind, Lin Yi didn't care anymore. After all, it was normal for the Ice Palace to be watching him. Qing paused when she saw Lin Yi look up. Did he notice us watching him? That shouldn't be possible. We are heaven class, and when we don't use our arts, low-level practitioners won't be able to sense our presence. Unless this person's sixth sense is naturally strong, or they've gone through some sort of professional training. The sect master shook her head. Perhaps the perception of loose cultivators is very strong. For them to be able to survive, they're naturally a bit more powerful than those who came from aristocratic families, said little Qing. But that young Chi-Chi is just SOSO. I wonder how a solo practitioner like her managed to survive until now. The sect master said with disdain. Because Chi-Chi was a girl, the sect master paid special attention to her, but the results were disappointing. Yeah, it seems like we need to make a rule for the next test that the participants must be female. Otherwise, almost all the participants from the noble houses will be male. Ching nodded. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Enemies, or people they didn't want to meet, just had to meet. This was the situation Lin, E, and Yu Bing were in right now. They followed Skybolt Pig to search for the next treasure, but along the way, they saw Nitian and Yushan together, robbing another team's treasure. If you don't want to be crippled, then hand over all your treasures. Yushan stood in front of the team members and said in a domineering manner, "You all know how powerful Brother Nitian is. If you dare to run or resist, I'll use my Nitian mystic art on you and cripple you." This team had just found a 300-year snow lotus, and beside it, there was a white bear guarding it. They had spent a lot of effort to defeat the white bear, and just as they were about to reap the fruit of victory, they bumped into Nitian and Yushan, and they came to steal it. They had naturally heard of Nitian's exploits, and so they didn't dare resist in front of him. They weren't Zhang Naipeo, and they weren't Lin Yi. Chapter 15:11. You're smart. I won't cripple you guys. Hurry up and go. Yushan happily took the spoils of war and waved at the team. The team, naturally, didn't stay for long. Seeing that Yushan was letting them go, they left quickly, relieved. "Ah, Nitian bro, you're so famous. Just stand here. You don't even need to say anything. You don't need to use any arts, and they'll just hand over the treasures obediently." Yushan's points had already broken through the 500 mark, and Nitian's had broken through the 800 mark. They've been robbing and looting along the way, and they've gotten quite a lot. That's good. It saves me the trouble of fighting. I'll save my strength to help you deal with Yu Bing. Nitian said proudly. I wonder where that short-lived bastard Yu Bing is hiding. Why haven't we seen him yet? He's not hiding from us, is he? Yushan was getting impatient. As long as Yu Bing was crippled, the head of House Yu would be his for sure. House Yu had the intention of letting Yu Ning take over, but Yushan knew that Yu Ning would become the guardian of House Yu sooner or later. House Yu still needed a head of the house, just like Yu Shaochen right now. And so, this was the chance he was fighting for. This sentence was heard by Yu Bing, who'd just arrived, and he clenched his fists in anger. I'm a bastard, what are you? We're brothers. Are you a little bastard? Isn't this my beloved big brother? You're finally here to die? Don't you know how much I missed you? Yushan turned around and saw Yu Bing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Finally, he delivered himself to him. Miss me to death? You want me to die, don't you? Yu Bing said faintly. Hey, even if that's the case, we're brothers, so we have to be more reserved. Yushan laughed. I heard you found a really strong helper, and he even crippled Zhang Naipeo? Unfortunately, no matter how strong he is, he's just trash in front of Brother Nitian. You can't say that. He was able to defeat Zhang Naipeo, but because of my practitioner's arts, I'm invincible against anyone under the Earth class. Nitian waved his hand and said, acting like he was the king of the world. Yushan, you don't look like a loving person at all. Do you know that? I'm here to cripple you. Lin Yi said faintly. I'll make you Bing the head of House Yu. As for you, the stumbling block, I'll get rid of you now. Yushan sneered. Indeed, the ignorant are fearless. He was about to die, yet he still dared to say such shameless words? Don't you know that in front of Nitian bro, you're nothing? If I'm nothing, then you're even more of a piece of trash. Lin, he didn't say much as he slammed his palm towards Yushan. Yushan saw Lin Yi coming at him, but he didn't dodge or evade. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Nitian bro, stop him. We'll play him to death slowly. But Yushan hadn't even finished his sentence when Lin Yi's palm slammed into his chest, sending him flying. His body flew in a parabola as he landed on the snow not far away, creating a huge crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of organs, his face pale as a sheet. I'm an idiot. Why didn't I dodge? My heaven-defying divine art needs time to charge up. Feng Nitian said, disappointed that Lin Yi didn't live up to his expectations. Suddenly, he formed a few weird hand seals in the air, and when Lin Yi turned around and slapped him again, he used his heaven-defying arts. In an instant, Lin Yi was frozen on the spot. He was still in the same position as before, but he couldn't move at all, and he couldn't even speak. Wah! Yushan didn't think that Nitian's art needed time to charge up. He thought that Nitian could control it as he pleased. Yushan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Why was he so unlucky? He could have tortured Lin, Yi, and Yubing, but now he was heavily injured by Lin Yi. Now his meridians and organs were all damaged. Even if his meridians were healed by the meridian opening pill, his organs wouldn't be healed. Even if they were healed, his strength would drop drastically. Not to mention inheriting the position of the head of the house, he might not even be able to get enough elixirs like before. As a family, Yushan knew House Yu's style too well. In House Yu, there was no such thing as familial love, only family benefits. The house wouldn't take special care of him just because he was a descendant of House Yu. If he was crippled, the house might take care of him, but they wouldn't invest any more resources into him. Even if his father wanted to fight for it, his grandfather wouldn't allow it. Nitian bro, why didn't you say so earlier? Yushan covered his sunken chest and said sadly, who knew that you'd be so dumb that you wouldn't even dodge someone's attack? You're a mystic mid-phase. Even if you're weaker than a mystic late phase, you shouldn't be unable to dodge even one move, right? You're just a piece of trash. I really regret listening to you and working with you. Nitian looked at Yushan coldly. In his eyes, Yushan no longer had any value to him. He was just a cripple now, and the conditions he promised him before were no longer going to be fulfilled. I'm sorry, Nitian bro, but please avenge me, Nitian bro. If Yubing becomes a cripple like me, then I'll still have a chance to recover my strength. At that time, my promise will still be valid. Yushan saw the disappointment in Nitian's eyes and quickly said. Besides, he had calculated that out of the young men in House Yu, he and Yubing were the best. If Yubing were to be crippled as well, then he'd be on the same starting line as him. House Yu couldn't just let two of the best of the young generation be crippled, and so they'd try their best to save them. At this point, he couldn't just care about one thing and lose sight of the other. He'd be saved as well, and so, crippling Yubing was his last hope. Chapter 15:12. Since Yubing and Lin Yi were enemies, then he continued. Yushan was trash, but what he promised him before, Feng Nitian would still do it. This was the problem of an ancient noble house's promise. With this start, he believed that he would have many collaborators by his side in the future. Plus, after hearing Yushan's words, Feng Nitian didn't plan on letting Lin Yi and Yubing. Just like he said, if Yubing was crippled, he still had hope. Yushan, don't even think about it. Even if I'm crippled, I won't let you have it easy. Yubing said, that's not up to you. Yushan laughed, relieved after hearing that Feng Nitian wasn't planning on letting Lin Yi and Yubing go. Your teammates are locked by Nitian bro. If you take another step forward, you'll be locked as well. Yubing paused and raised his head to look at Lin Yi, only to realize that Lin Yi wasn't moving at all. At this moment, Lin Yi was still in the posture of a palm strike, as if he was about to attack, but he couldn't. Lin Yi was indeed locked by Feng Nitian's art. Right now, Lin Yi could think, he could see what was happening in front of him, he could hear each other's words, but he couldn't move his body. As expected, Lin Yi thought to himself. It was just like what Yubing described. His body seemed to be locked by something, and no matter what, he couldn't move at all. Ling Yi, I admit that you are strong, able to defeat Zhang Naipeo, but you will still lose in front of me. No one under Earth class can break through my domain. Your body won't be able to move. Nitian looked at the motionless Lin Yi, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought Naipeo before, but they were both disciples of the ancient level, and he still had the intention to compete with him. It was just that they couldn't really fight because of their statuses, but neither of them were willing to give in to the other. Both of them wanted to be stronger than the other. But now, he could beat Lin Yi, and Lin Yi had injured Naipeo. This meant that he could beat Naipeo. How could he not be happy? Brother Nitian, I finally found you. Hey, you are. Isn't this Brother Ling? Qikuan and Qijiu weren't in the same team as Nitian, so they'd been looking for Nitian and Yushan the whole time. now that they'd finally found Nitian. But something seemed to have happened. Master Kuan, it seems like they started fighting. Chijo said softly. That's... Chikuan paused and hesitated, but he still retreated to the side. He had heard that Ling Yi had crippled Nai Peo, and it shocked him greatly. He didn't think that Ling Yi would be this strong, able to defeat Nai Peo from the ancient sect. This made Chikuan regret being with Yushan. If he didn't have Yushan, then wouldn't he, Ling Yi, and Nitian be invincible? But now, Chikuan saw that Lin Yi and Nitian were fighting, and after some hesitation, he decided not to help either side. As far as he was concerned, Lin Yi and Nitian's chances were 50-50, and he didn't think that Nitian could win. What's going on? We all know each other, and we're friends. Chikuan pretended like he didn't know what was going on. Chikuan, this has nothing to do with you. Just watch from the side. Yushan quickly said, afraid that Chikuan would come and mess things up. All right. Chikuan was just thinking that he didn't have a reason to watch from the sidelines, so he agreed to Yushan's words. What should we do? Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask Yu Bing as she looked at the motionless Lin Yi. I don't know, but let's not mess things up. With Lin Yi taking on Nai Peo as a precedent, Yu Bing trusted Lin Yi. He wouldn't make a move if he wasn't confident. Oh, Chi-Chi frowned but didn't move. All right, I'll take care of you first, then I'll take care of you too. Nitian looked at Chi-Chi and Yu Bing as he spoke to Lin Yi. With that, Feng Nitian swung his fist at Lin Yi. He didn't use any skills at all. From his point of view, Lin Yi was no different from a dead man. He could only stand there and take his punches. Using any skills was pointless. He might as well just throw a punch. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and Yu Bing and Chi-Chi closed their eyes. As far as they were concerned, Lin Yi was strong, but this time there was nothing he could do. After all, Nitian was different from Zhang Nai Peo. Nitian's arts were too special, and he could lock people in place and make them unable to move. This explosion was much louder than Nai Peo's earlier explosion, and it could even be described as an earth-shattering sound. In an instant, all the snow around Lin Yi and Nitian was blown into the air, and the snow was flying all around them, making it impossible to see what was happening. Brother Nitian is really amazing. Not only is his Nitian divine skill heaven-defying, but even this ordinary move is also heaven-defying. Yushan looked at the sky full of snow and said respectfully. He felt much calmer now, knowing that Lin Yi wouldn't be able to survive this, and even if he did, he'd be on his last breath. Chikuan, on the other hand, had a shocked expression on his face as well. He didn't expect Nitian to be able to use such a strong move other than his arts. People from the ancient houses were indeed different. Ling Yi, Yu Bing called out subconsciously. His relationship with Lin Yi wasn't as simple as a temporary teammate. They were good friends and even brother-in-law. He didn't want anything to happen to Lin Yi. The avalanche exploded with a strong aura, pushing Yu Bing, Chi-Chi, Chikuan, and Chijo back. They were all practitioners, and that was why they didn't fall to the ground. Chapter 15-13. Chi-Chi really wanted to apologize to Lin Yi, but there didn't seem to be a chance. At the peak of the snowy mountain, Qing and the sect master naturally saw everything that was going on. The snow made it hard for them to see what was going on. Aunt Qing, who do you think will win? The sect master asked faintly as she looked into the distance. Hard to say, but Feng Nitian has a higher chance of winning, right? Qing said, I didn't expect the other ancient sects and ancient families to be this trashy. Their two disciples who trained in ancient techniques are trash. The sect master frowned, a look of disappointment and disdain flashing in her eyes. Palace mistress, you mean first-class Ling 1? Little Qing asked in astonishment. The winner is set. Feng Nitian's loss is set in stone. The sect master said, Ling, you won this round again. Just who is this guy? Is he really just a solo practitioner? Do you need me to look into it? Qing asked. No need, No matter how strong he is, it has nothing to do with us. The sect master waved her hand, telling Qing not to do that. The inner sect of the Ice Palace didn't accept male disciples or guest elders, so no matter how strong Lin Yi was, it had nothing to do with the Ice Palace. Yu Bing clenched his fists, breathing heavily as he stared at the scene. He wanted to see through the layers of snow and see what was going on, but he didn't have X-ray vision. He couldn't see what was going on, and he didn't know if Lin Yi was dead or alive. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, had made up her mind. Lin Yi, we may not be friends, but you've helped me so many times. I, Yang Chi-Chi, am not an ungrateful person, but if you die, then the grudge between us will be over. But I will avenge you. Lin Yi Yang Chi-Chi. I won't let Nitian and Yushan go. I'm not their match yet, but I believe that one day, I'll be able to. Chikuin and Chijio, on the other hand, didn't dare get too close. They stood far away, watching the situation. Chikuin was a slick man, cunning and introverted. He was treading on thin ice in House Zhao. But he only had one goal, to become the head of the hidden house. In his eyes, there was no such thing as arrogance, nor did he care about face. As long as someone could help him, he could become his ally. Even if that person was once his enemy, it didn't matter. But now, Zhao Chikuin wasn't enemies with these two groups, so for no matter who won, Zhao Chikuin would be able to maintain his relationship with them. The snow that filled the sky finally dissipated under the blowing of the strong wind. Gradually, the situation in the field could be seen clearly. However, to everyone's surprise, there wasn't a single person left standing. Lin Yi and Nitian were both on the ground, and the white snow had turned red as well. Blood was everywhere, but they couldn't tell whose blood it was. Ling Yi, you being called out nervously. Nitian bro, the scene shocked Yushan as well. He didn't think that Nitian would be on the ground as well. How is this possible? Lin Yi couldn't move at all, and could only take the beating. How was Nitian injured? Finally, all the flying snow had dispersed, and everyone could finally see the specific situation in the field clearly. Yushan couldn't help but scream. He saw that Nitian's shirt was completely tattered, and his upper body was covered in blood. It was a horrifying sight, as if he had suffered a serious injury. On the other hand, Lin Yi didn't seem to be injured at all. Lin Yi was lying on the snow, and the only thing on his body was the unharmed woman. He didn't know how Lin Yi was, but from the surface, it seemed like Nitian was in a much more serious condition. The scene in front of him shocked Chikuin as well. As expected, the ancient noble houses weren't invincible, but with Zhang Naipeo as an example, it wasn't surprising that Nitian was injured, but Lin Yi, on the other hand, made Chikuin very wary. He didn't know how he was, but if he was fine, then Chikuin would pay any price to be friends with him. This was very important for him to become the head of House Zhao in the future. Just when everyone was in shock, the two people in the field moved at the same time. But, to everyone's surprise, the first one to get up wasn't Lin Yi, but Nitian. Could it be that Lin Yi's injuries were more serious than Nitian's? Yu Bing and Yang Chi-Chi, who saw that Xiao Xiao was fine, let out a sigh of relief. Now, they couldn't help but get nervous again. Xiao Xiao looked fine, but Lin Yi was on the ground, and no one knew what was going on with him. Could it be that he was heavily injured? Or was he already? These people were right. Lin Yi's injuries were much more serious than Nitian's. But the severity of the injuries had nothing to do with the effects of the injuries. Although Nitian moved first, that only meant that he had enough qi in his body to support it. And Lin Yi's injuries were more serious, because he had no qi left in his body. Right now, his meridians were all broken, and he was in the jade space, using every second to heal himself. This was the same as last time when he fought with Ma Zhu. There was no qi left in Lin Yi's body, and his meridians were broken as well. There was no way for him to recover his strength, and all he could do was slowly heal the wounds on his body. But if he wanted to heal his meridians, it was impossible without external help. The reason for this was because Lin Yi had used 2 qi bombs in a row today. The first time was on Naipeo, and although he didn't compress all of his qi, Only half of it was used up, and Lin Yi didn't have time to enter the Jade Space to recover. And under that situation, Lin Yi couldn't enter the Jade Space to compress his chi again. It wasn't practical. Chapter 1514. However, the moment the bomb exploded, Lin Yi was afraid that the explosion would hurt Xiao Xiao on his back. So he used the last bit of chi he had left to protect her. And that was why this happened. Once again, Lin Yi became a cripple with all his meridians broken. But this time, Lin Yi wasn't worried at all because Lin Yi had thought of this outcome before using the energy bomb, and he had made preparations in advance. General Weiwu wasn't here, but the second disciple of General Weiwu, Skybowl Pig, was beside him, and inside the pig's body, Lin Yi had injected a lot of pure energy, and it could be used by Lin Yi as well. So, as long as he killed Nitian and settled down, Lin Yi could use Skybolt Pig to recover his strength. With the previous lesson, Lin Yi wouldn't do something reckless like that again, especially this time. His life and Xiao Xiao's safety were closely linked. Lin Yi had to plan before he acted. He couldn't take any risks. Lin Yi had to recover from his injuries first, at least stand up and look like he wasn't injured at all. That was the only way he could scare off those people. As for his strength, he could recover slowly, and he believed that after he crippled Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian, no one would dare to provoke him anymore. As long as Lin Yi looked fine, no one would dare to touch Lin Yi. And so, Lin Yi didn't care about Feng Nitian at all. He could touch him if he wanted to. In Lin Yi's eyes, Feng Nitian was already a cripple, and no matter what he did, it wouldn't affect Lin Yi at all. Feng Nitian, on the other hand, climbed up from the snow with difficulty, but he looked very pitiful right now. He wasn't standing up, he was kneeling on the snow. His legs were obviously seriously injured, and he couldn't even stand up. It was just like what Lin Yi had said before, to let him stand and go back in a wheelchair. Impossible. This is impossible. Nitian's face paled. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He wanted to rub his eyes, wanting to see more clearly, but he was shocked to find that his arms were already gone. Where was his arm? Why was his arm gone? At this point, the others could clearly see Nitian's face. His right arm was completely gone, and his left arm was missing half of it. As for where the missing limbs had gone, no one had discovered it. Perhaps it had already exploded into pieces. Brother Nitian, what's wrong? Yushan looked at Nitian in disbelief, as if he wanted to say that this wasn't real, but Nitian really was crippled. It wasn't as simple as losing his arms and legs. He didn't even have an arm. Under such circumstances, even if he recovered, he would be a cripple, unable to cultivate anymore. My arm. My arm. This isn't possible. This isn't possible. This isn't real. Nitian seemed to have gone crazy as he mumbled to himself. He couldn't accept this cruel reality. The heaven-defying, godly technique that he cultivated relied on using his hands to form hand seals. Now that he had lost both his hands and even one of his arms, that heaven-defying, godly technique could no longer be used. How could he accept this? He was the pride of the younger generation of House Feng, the strongest competitor for the position of the head of the house. But now, everything was gone. Without the advantage of the art, Nitian was nothing. He had lost his arm, and his legs were broken. His body was heavily injured as well, and it seemed like his meridians were mostly broken as well. This made Nitian a cripple, and even the ancient house phone wouldn't be able to turn this around. Damaged meridians could be repaired with a meridian opening pill, but a lost arm was gone, and there was no way it could grow back. He had never heard of anyone regrowing a lost arm. Lin Yubing saw that Nitian was standing up, but Lin Yi wasn't moving at all. He was starting to panic. Nitian looked terrible, but at least he was still alive. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, not moving at all. How could he not be worried? Qing, on the top of the snowy mountain, was confused as well. Sect Master, that Ling. Is he done? I don't know. Perhaps he used all his chi to protect the girl behind him. The Sect Master frowned. Then he really is an infatuated man. Qing sighed. Does that mean that he lost in the end? It's hard to say. I feel like something's not right. The sect master shook her head. This Ling, he doesn't seem like an impulsive person. Perhaps he's not dead yet. I hope so. Otherwise, if Ling Yi really is dead, then it'd be troublesome. Qing said, Nitian broke the rules of the test and killed someone, but he was heavily injured as well. We can't punish him, but we can't not punish him either. We really don't know what to do. We won't go that far. The ancient house phone wouldn't go against us for a crippled person. The sect master wasn't worried about that. As they were talking, Lin Yi suddenly moved. What was different from Nitian was that Lin Yi jumped up, not struggling to get up from the ground. Lin Yi's clothes were tattered as well, but Lin Yi looked refreshed, as if he wasn't injured at all. Ling Yi, thank goodness. Yu Bing looked at Lin Yi and calmed down. He cheered excitedly. You really are strong. You didn't disappoint me. Huh? Lin Yi smiled faintly, feeling a little helpless inside. He knew himself the best. That leap he'd made just now had taken a long time to gather his strength. In fact, his body was still very weak right now. His organs and meridians were all heavily injured, and Lin Yi only used the art of dragon mastery to heal the surface of his body. From the outside, it looked like he wasn't injured at all, but that wasn't the case. Chapter 15:15. But now, it was too late for regrets. In an instant, the ancient sects and noble houses had fallen from their pedestals in Yushan's heart, from the high and mighty existences that he could only look up to. Now, he felt that Lin Yi was the one that he could only look up to. In front of him, the disciples of the ancient sects and noble houses were nothing. You're fine? You're fine? Nitian looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. His face was filled with disbelief and unwillingness. If Lin Yi was dead or heavily injured, then Nitian would feel better. But Lin Yi was perfectly fine right now. How would he accept this? I'm fine. I'm fine. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Impossible. Impossible. I clearly used a heaven-defying divine art to freeze you in place. So how can you still make a move against me? How is this possible? This is impossible. Nitian looked at Lin Yi, trying to find a reason for his failure. You're a mystic class master. How can my arts not work on you? It worked. Who said it didn't work? I was frozen before, didn't you see? Lin Yi shook his head and said, What? If I was frozen, how could you attack me? Nitian asked, Who told you that you can't attack when you're frozen? Lin Yi smiled coldly. What? Nitian paused. How can I attack when I'm frozen? I did, didn't I? Lin Yi said. Did your arts tell you that you can attack when you're frozen? Or did your elders tell you that you can attack when you're frozen? But Nitian thought to himself. Indeed, they didn't tell him that he couldn't attack when he was frozen, but how could he attack when he was frozen? He couldn't think of an answer, and all that was left was shock. Lin Yi didn't explain anymore, because there was no need to explain anything. What was there to say to a cripple? So Lin Yi said to Yu Bing, Give me their treasures. We can leave. Lin Yi urgently needed to find a quiet place to recuperate. He had been forcing himself to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. Yu Bing nodded and walked up, taking all of Yushan's belongings, including the one Nitian left with Yushan. Yu Bing, you killed your brother. I'll explain it to Grandpa. Just you wait. House Yu's punishment is waiting for you. Yushan gritted his teeth as he watched Yu Bing take away all of his treasures. He screamed with all of his strength, unwilling to give up. Slaughter? I was the one who hit you. Did you get the wrong person? Lin Yi looked at Yushan and said faintly, When you go back, you can tell House Yu to come find me anytime. Yu Bing knows who I am. Let's go. With that, Lin Yi turned around and walked away, not looking at Nitian and Yushan anymore. Yushan reacted abruptly. Yes, it was Ling Yi who hurt him. It had nothing to do with Yu Bing. Yu Bing had been standing there the whole time, not even moving a finger. Even if he wanted to blame it on him, it was impossible. With that thought, Yushan was a little annoyed. He was thinking about how to make it sound like you Bing colluded with Ling Yi to hurt him, so that Grandpa could punish him. If he couldn't become the head of the house, then Yu Bing wouldn't be able to get any benefits. At the peak of the snow mountain, the sect master's face was still expressionless, as if she had already predicted this. She ordered Qing, Aunt Qing, send the two cripples back. Nitian and Yushan were different from Naipeo. Naipeo's meridians were broken, but he could still move, so the Ice Palace didn't need to send him back. But now that Nitian and Yushan couldn't even walk, the Ice Palace could only send them back to their houses. Yes. Little Qing nodded and went to arrange for a disciple to receive them. Chikuan looked at Nitian and Yushan, then at Lin Yi. He had a plan in mind, but in order to not offend the ancient house phone, he pretended to be regretful. Hey, what's going on? How did they get into a fight? Nitian bro, Ling bro, you guys. Sigh. It's really hard to be a follower. This has nothing to do with you. Nitian was hurt, but he didn't want to lose the prestige of an ancient house. He held back his sadness as he spoke. As they spoke, two disciples in white appeared, ignoring Lin Yi and the others as they walked towards Nitian and Yushan. Nitian, Yushan, you two are injured and can no longer participate in the test. Elder Qing has ordered us to send you two back. With that, the two didn't wait for Nitian and Yushan's response. They each picked them up and flew down the mountain. The Ice Palace's quick response. It was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. Now, it seemed like he was right. The Ice Palace's people had been monitoring the participants' movements. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about Nitian and Yushan's injuries so quickly. Ling bro, you're really something. I've said it before, brother, you're not someone to be trifled with. It seems like I'm right. I'm impressed. Chikuan's way of addressing him had changed from I to follower. It was obvious that he was trying to suck up to Lin Yi. I'm all right, Lin Yi said faintly. Brother Chikuan, I've got some internal injuries, and I need to find a place to heal. We'll meet again. Lin Yi didn't hide the fact that he was injured. If he wasn't injured at all, it would be weird. It was normal for him to be injured, but Lin Yi didn't tell them the extent of his injuries. He only said that he was slightly injured, but on the surface, it didn't look like he had any serious internal injuries. Ah, I see. That's perfect. I'll protect you, Chikuan said as he patted his chest. As for ambushing Lin Yi, he didn't even think about it. As far as he was concerned, even if Lin Yi was injured, he was still much stronger than him. Even the disciples of the ancient sects and noble houses weren't a match for him. So who the hell was he? All Chikuan was thinking about was how to get close to Lin Yi. This way, he'd have a super strong ally, and it would be very important for him to fight for the position of the head of the house. Chapter 15-16. Although the hidden families weren't as powerful as the ancient sects or ancient families, the aristocratic Family Arbitration Association wasn't just for show. The aristocratic Family Arbitration Association wasn't inferior to an ancient sect. If an ancient sect really wanted to make a move against the hidden families, then the aristocratic Family Arbitration Association would definitely send out a heaven-rank summon to have the hidden families and ordinary sects unite to resist the ancient sect or ancient family. Moreover, one of the founders of the aristocratic Family Arbitration Association had a deep relationship with the older generation of the ancient sects and ancient aristocratic families. Although these people were no longer around and no one knew where they went, their relationship still existed. Therefore, the ancient world would not easily interfere with the matters of the secular world and the hidden world. Nitian was gone, and Chikuan breathed out in relief. This way, he could interact with Lin Yi without fear, and so he suggested protecting Lin Yi to get on Lin Yi's good side. Lin Yi sighed and nodded. All right, let's find a quiet place, and you guys protect me. No problem. Leave it to me. Don't worry, Brother Ling. Just focus on healing. I won't let anyone disturb you. Not even a mosquito. Chikuan patted his chest with a promise. He changed the way he addressed Lin Yi from Brother Ling to Brother Ling. It was just one word, but the meaning was completely different, yet it didn't seem out of place. This was where Zhao Chikuan's intelligence came from. Lin Yi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He could tell that Chikuin wasn't that popular in House Zhao, or else he wouldn't be in such a rush to get allies. And so, Lin Yi didn't have to worry about him being on the same side as Qi Bing. Cousin Yu Bing, please take care of me in the future as well. Chikuin smiled as he greeted Yu Bing. I'm just trying to make a living with you. Brother Ling. Yu Bing didn't say anything more. After all, Lin Yi had already accepted Chikuin, and Yu Bing didn't have to be petty and chase him away. Plus, the two were related. Of course. Chikuin quickly nodded. Just like what you said, Cousin Yu Bing, we're all with Bro Ling now. Whatever conflicts we had before, we can forget about it. We're his lackeys. We can't fight amongst ourselves. Yu Bing found it funny. This guy used to have a good relationship with Yushan, but now that Yushan was crippled and Feng Nitian was crippled, he saw that Lin Yi was strong, and now he ran over to bow down to him. To be honest, Yu Bing looked down on people like this, but as long as you were strong enough, you could make people like him be your lackey. Are you all right? Then why didn't you wake up earlier? You're so scary. Chi humphed. She wouldn't admit that she was worried about Lin Yi. When Lin Yi was healing in the Jade space, he was lying on the ground, but he could still sense the outside world. He saw Chi-Chi's expression clearly, and heard what she said as well. But at this point, Lin Yi couldn't be bothered with this girl anymore. The crowd had long since dispersed. In their eyes, Lin Yi was already a legend. First, he crippled Zhang Naipeo, and then he crippled Feng Nitian. With this kind of strength and methods, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 Under-Earth class. Before, in the eyes of these mystics, Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian were already the #1 in the mystic class, but now they knew that Lin Yi was even stronger than them. This shocked them, and naturally, they didn't dare to get too close to Lin Yi. Who knew if he was like Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian, someone who liked to steal other people's treasures? Even if he didn't steal, if he wanted the same treasure as him, then there was no need for conflict. It was better to stay as far away from him as possible. Lin Yi found a quiet place to hide from the wind and took off Xiao. He laid her flat on the snow while Lin Yi sat cross-legged. He waved at Skybolt Pig. Come here. Skybolt Pig didn't know why Lin Yi was looking for him. He thought that Lin Yi was going to give him Qi again. He was very happy and jumped on a Lin Yi. This little thing is an ancient spirit beast? That's fun. Is it a pet? Chikuin didn't know what Skybolt Pig was used for, but he looked left and right. He didn't think that it had any attacking abilities. Perhaps it was just a pet. And Yu Bing replied faintly, not explaining much. He wasn't familiar with Chikuin right now, so naturally, he couldn't tell him everything. Yang Chi-Chi, on the other hand, always maintained a cold attitude towards people she didn't know. Her face was cool, as if she didn't see Chikuin at all. But Chikuin wasn't annoyed. Who knew what relationship this cool girl had with Lin Yi? If the two really did have some sort of relationship, it wouldn't be nice if he offended her. Now that she was ignoring him, he didn't mind as long as she didn't reject him. Skybolt Pig was excited to receive the pure energy from Lin Yi, but in the next moment, he realized that not only did Lin Yi's pure energy not give him a single bit, but it was also flowing into Lin Yi's body at an incredible speed. Oink oink! Skybolt Pig jumped. Could it be that Lin Yi had learned Zhang Naipeo's wasp absorption arts? Otherwise, how could he absorb other people's qi? Don't be noisy. I'll help you recover later. Lin Yi comforted the pig. Oink oink! Skybolt Pig calmed down after hearing Lin Yi's words. After spending so much time with Lin Yi, he had a general understanding of Lin Yi's personality. Whatever Lin Yi said, he would do it, so he wasn't worried that Lin Yi would lie to him. Fortunately, he had prepared beforehand, turning Skybolt Pig into General Wei Wu's second disciple. Otherwise, with his meridians damaged, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't go back to General Wei Wu. Could he? What about Feng Xiao? Skybolt Pig's energy flowed into Lin Yi's body, healing his meridians quickly. This made Lin Yi sigh in relief. As long as his meridians were healed, the rest would be easy. Recovering his strength was only a matter of time. Chikuin and Shijio didn't know how Lin Yi was healing, but they stood 1 meter away from Lin Yi, coldly observing the surroundings, afraid that something would disturb Lin Yi. Yu Bing and Chi-Chi, on the other hand, were also wary of Chi-Kuan and Chi-Jiao. They knew that these two wouldn't dare do anything, but it was always better to be careful. Chapter 15-17. As a result, Chi-Kuan and the others thought that Lin Yi had been healing for a long time. They were all practitioners, and they knew that it was normal for a small injury to take a day and a night to heal. Only Yu Bing and Chi-Chi looked at each other, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. They knew of Lin Yi's insane healing methods. Chi-Chi's injuries were so severe, and Lin Yi healed her in no time at all. But now, Lin Yi had used the entire afternoon, and he still hadn't finished healing. How bad was Lin Yi's injuries? But as worried as they were, they didn't say anything. They couldn't let anyone else know about this, especially Chi-Kuan and the others. It's night. You guys must be sleepy. Rest first. I'll take care of things here. Chi-Kuan said to Chi-Chi and Yu Bing. It's nothing. We're all practitioners. It's fine even if we don't sleep. The chi here is thick, too, and it's good for training. Yu Bing said, I think we should keep watch at night while training. Sound good? Chi-Kuan didn't object and nodded. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yi had recovered his strength, but he didn't break through again. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through, but this time he was only at mystic late phase. But if other people knew that Lin Yi was regretful even after recovering, they'd probably vomit blood. For example, Zhang Naipeo and Feng Nitian. They were 100 times worse than Lin Yi right now. Phew! Lin Yi stood up and let out a long breath. In an instant, his strength as a mystic late phase was on full display. Yu Bing and Chi-Kuan, on the other hand, weren't sleeping. They were sitting on the ground, training while waiting for Lin Yi to recover. When Lin Yi stood up, everyone came back to their senses. Chi-Kuan and Chi-Jiao were fine, but Yu Bing and Chi-Chi quickly stood up, a look of joy on their faces. It seemed like Lin Yi had recovered. Lin Yi, you've recovered? Yu Bing asked happily. Yeah, I'm fine. It's nothing, just a small injury. Lin Yi understood what Yu Bing meant, but because Chi-Kuan was here, he acted like he didn't care. That's good. Yu Bing understood Lin Yi's meaning immediately. Huh. I saw Nitian's injuries before, so I was wondering if you were injured as well. But since you recovered so quickly, it's just a small injury. Of course, Brother Ling is the strongest under Earth class. How could he be injured? Chi-Kuan said respectfully. In the Mystic class, I don't think there's anyone who can fight Brother Ling anymore. Even an Earth class would have the strength to fight him. All right, let's all rest. Thank you for protecting me. It's my turn now. You guys can rest in peace. Lin Yi didn't mind Chi-Kuan's words at all. Lin Yi wasn't someone who liked being flattered. He knew his own strength, and whether or not he could fight an Earth class wasn't something that could be said with words. Lin Yi, aren't you going to rest? Yu Bing asked curiously, but then he remembered that Lin Yi had been training instead of sleeping. That's fine. We won't hold back then. Sleep well. We still need to continue searching for treasures tomorrow. Chi-Kuan was sleepy as well. After hearing what Lin Yi said, he didn't hold back. All right. Thanks for the trouble, Brother Ling. We'll sleep for a bit. As far as Chi-Kuan was concerned, with Lin Yi here, no one would be stupid enough to come looking for trouble. Wasn't that the same as suicide? Did they think they were stronger than Zhang Naipeo or Feng Nitian? Of course, unless Lin Yi wanted to do something to him. But if Lin Yi really wanted to do something to him, it didn't matter if he slept or not. Chi-Kuan didn't think he was stronger than Zhang Naipeo or Feng Nitian. If Lin Yi wanted to do something, he could kill him right now. There was no need to wait for him to sleep. And so Chi-Kuan just fell to the ground and slept, not caring about the danger. Seeing how relaxed Chi-Kuan was, Yu Bing shook his head and smiled. This guy was quite something, much stronger than his blood-related cousin. But who was the head of House Zhao? Yu Bing couldn't say anything. That was House Zhao's business. Yu Bing and his cousin weren't that close, and it didn't mean that Yu Bing would get any benefits if his cousin became the head of House Zhao. They were relatives, but when it came to the family's benefits, benefits came first. Not to mention, even a relative like Yushan would become an enemy for the sake of profit. And so, it wasn't that Yu Bing couldn't accept being in a relationship with Chikuan, but he felt that this guy's personality wasn't very good. The everyday and everyday sex base. Naipeo had already rushed back to his sect, and after driving to the nearest airport, he took a plane back to his sect city. His stamina right now wasn't enough for a long journey. But this way, it was a lot faster. Senior brother Naipeo, why are you here? Didn't you participate in the test? The disciple guarding the gate saw Naipeo and asked curiously. Yeah, Naipeo was panicking. He wanted to see his teacher, but he didn't have the time to talk to the disciple. His heart was in a mess, and he didn't know how he should face his teacher. He was the pride of the everyday and everyday sect, a disciple that even the elder of the sect valued. But in the test, his meridians were all severed, and he became a cripple. How would he have the face to see these people who placed their hopes on him? The disciple frowned as he watched Naipeo leave, cursing in his heart. Fuck, he's acting like he's some bullshit. Isn't he just a dead eunuch? I'll castrate myself. Of course I'll be stronger than you. But I'm not an idiot, and I know that I don't have the potential to reach Sky Class. So I'll wait until I reach Mystic. Then I'll pass away and become a bodyguard in the common world, enjoying life as a bodyguard for a school beauty or something. Of course, he didn't know that Naipeo was already crippled. If he did, he probably wouldn't be calling him senior brother Naipeo anymore. Chapter 1518. How was he supposed to face Pin Liang if he went down a mountain like this? He'd promised Pin Liang that he'd help him get his revenge when he returned, but now it was all gone. Not only was he unable to get his revenge, he'd even been injured by Lin Yi. Naipeo felt very wronged. Why? He'd trained in the ancient chrysanthemum arts, gone through so much pain and suffering that normal people couldn't endure, but in the end, he still lost. He couldn't accept it. The Chrysanthemum Treasure Book was one of the two supreme mantras of the martial arts world. The art of dragon mastery had been lost for a long time. It was said that the person who practiced this mantra had died in an accident, and he had no successor to inherit his legacy. So the art of dragon mastery was forever buried underground. The Chrysanthemum arts became one of the strongest arts in the Wulian world, but one that couldn't even beat Lin Yi. What kind of level was this? Is Naipeo back? A voice sounded from the yard, and a black-robed figure floated out, stopping in front of Naipeo. Master, it's me. I've let you down. Naipeo couldn't hold back his tears the moment he saw his master. All the hardships he'd gone through since he'd started training surfaced in his mind, vivid in his mind. From the high spirits he'd felt at the start of the test to the pain he'd felt now. It was like a century had passed. It was like a dream. You're crippled. The master looked at Naipeo, noticing the problem. He actually broke your wasp absorption arts? Master, I'm done for. My meridians are all broken. I'm a cripple now. Naipeo said, a little depressed. I met Lin Yi, my enemy, the one who crippled Uncle Heibao. It's him? He actually broke your wasp-absorbing technique? The sect leader master was a little surprised. It's him. I want to tear him to pieces. But it's impossible now, Naipeo said in pain. Ha! The sect leader suddenly burst into laughter. Moreover, he seemed to be very happy. Sure, Fuyu. What are you laughing at? Naipeo paused, not understanding what the master was saying. Naipeo, you really are the lucky star of our everyday and everyday sect. The sect leader master said with a smile. It seems that my junior brother Black Leopard has also recommended a talent to me. What do you mean? Naipeo paused. Come in, Naipeo. Today, you and I, master and disciple, will have a good talk. Allow me to answer your questions. Let's talk about the chrysanthemum arts. The master helped Naipeo up as he spoke in a serious tone. Yes. Naipeo's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like his master wasn't giving up on him yet, as if he had something important to tell him. Naipeo quickly got up and walked in the yard with his master. Sit Naipeo. Sect headmaster stretched out his hand and pointed to a chair next to a stone table in the courtyard. Yes. Naipeo sat down respectfully, and the master sat in front of him. Naipeo, do you know why I allowed you, an outsider, to cultivate the chrysanthemum treasured book? Sect leader master asked. Your disciple doesn't know. Naipeo shook his head. He really didn't understand why the master would let him train in such a strong practitioner's arts, allowing him to become a mystic in just a few short months. The chrysanthemum arts is the treasure of our everyday sect. I'll let you practice it because you're someone recommended by my junior brother, Black Leopard. The sect leader master said, my relationship with Heibao is actually very good. I am 10 years older than him, and I have always treated him like my younger brother. However, he violated the sect rules and was driven down the mountain by my master, who is now the patriarch of the sect. This is one of my regrets. Even though I'm the master now, I can't go against my Shifu's wishes. I see. Naipeo nodded. Of course, that's just one of the reasons. The master said, my relationship with Black Leopard is very good, but that doesn't mean I'll accept anyone he recommends. The main reason I let you practice the chrysanthemum arts is because you have hatred in your heart. You came to practice it with hatred in your heart, and that's your advantage. Oh. Naipeo was a little surprised. Hatred? Yes, in order to practice the chrysanthemum arts, you must have hatred in your heart to succeed. The master said, the chrysanthemum arts is an art passed down from the ancient times, invented by the great god Qiyu. Back then, he didn't like the Yellow Emperor, but the legend said that the Yellow Emperor's art of dragon mastery was extremely powerful, and he wasn't a match for it. And so, after a few failures, he finally put his heart and soul into it and created the chrysanthemum arts, an art that could compete with the art of dragon mastery. When he practiced it, he carried hatred in his heart. And so those who want to practice this art must have hatred in their hearts to succeed. I see. So it has nothing to do with me castrating myself? Naipeo asked. Of course, after castrating yourself, there's only hatred in your heart and no other distractions. It's even better for your practice. The headmaster said, at first, because you had hatred in your heart, I discussed with the elder ancestor and let you try cultivating the chrysanthemum treasure book. I didn't expect you to be such a decisive person. You castrated yourself without hesitation. This made the elder ancestor and I look at you in a new light. I see. Naipeo understood. Then the others didn't practice this art because they didn't have hatred in their hearts? Yes, this art is the treasure of our sect. How can we just let outsiders practice it? The master said, we've trained a few core disciples to practice the chrysanthemum arts, and naturally they castrated themselves as well. But because they didn't have hatred in their hearts, they went mad and exploded. This hatred must come from the heart, and it can't be faked. So after the failed experiment, no one else has tried this art. No wonder I thought I was so lucky. I thought Master Heibao was that lucky. Naipeo said. Chapter 1519. So hatred has its benefits? Naipeo said, surprised. Naturally, hatred has its benefits as well as its drawbacks. Using hatred to motivate yourself is a benefit, of course. The master said, of course, hatred is one facet, and your potential is quite good as well. That's why you've improved so much. But, master, now that my meridians are all broken, Naipeo's face darkened at the thought of his situation. So what if your meridians are broken? It's a good thing. The master said, do you know why you can't open the jade box for the second stage of the chrysanthemum arts? Does it have something to do with my meridians? Naipeo wasn't an idiot. He thought of the connection right away. The true essence of the chrysanthemum treasure book is that there can be no construction without destruction, and only after destruction can there be construction. The headmaster said, This is a very magical cultivation method. When you cultivated the first level, it made you castrate yourself. This is the so-called destruction and then establishment. The second level is the same. If you want to cultivate the second level, according to the records of our everyday and everyday sect, you must also destroy and then establish. Oh, break and rise? Naipeo paused, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. That's right. In order to practice the second stage, you have to lose all your strength. Only when you've lost all your strength and become a normal person can you start practicing the second stage again. The master said, Really? Naipeo stood up abruptly, surprised and happy. So you're saying that this is a blessing in disguise? You could say that. The master nodded. I've been trying to think of a way for you to break and rise. Do you know? When you couldn't open the jade box for the second layer of the mental cultivation method, I was very anxious to help you, but I couldn't. Why? If that's the case, why didn't you destroy my meridians yourself, making me lose all my strength? Naipeo asked, confused. If I were to destroy your meridians with my own hands, would you hate me? The master didn't answer Naipeo's question, instead asking a question in return. How could that be? Master gave me a helping hand. So how could I possibly hate Master? Naipeo shook his head and said sincerely, Even if you crippled my strength for no reason, I wouldn't hold a grudge against you. After all, I'm a disciple of the sect, and you're the headmaster. You're the one who gave me the chance and strength to train. You can take it back any time you want. Why would I have any complaints? Isn't that it? Sect Leader Master said, I've already said it before. When cultivating the Chrysanthemum Treasure Manual, the most important thing is to cultivate it with hatred. If I were the one who did it, would there still be any hatred? Without hatred, how can we achieve our goals? So even this requires hatred? Naipeo still didn't understand. But why didn't Master tell me earlier? Previously, I didn't open the jade box, so I was very conflicted in my heart. Of course we need hatred. The headmaster nodded and said, If I tell you in advance, you may deliberately seek an opportunity to be beaten up, and then the effect of hatred will not be achieved. And now, even if you know, let me ask you, do you have hatred in your heart? Do you want revenge? Yes, of course. Naipeo nodded and gritted his teeth. I want to tear Lin E to pieces. Isn't that it? If I had told you before, and you want to get beaten up, maybe you'd be grateful to the person, maybe even smiling. Why would there be hatred? The master said, This is also why I didn't tell you. I told you to participate in the test, and let fate take its course. Hey, I'm actually more anxious than you in my heart. I see, I understand now. Naipeo said, touched. Master, you're too good to me. You're my favorite disciple, the pride of our sect. Naturally, I have to be good to you. The master said, But if you want to step into the higher realms of martial arts, don't be in a hurry to get revenge. With hatred in your heart, it will help you grow. But I promise Leon Bro, I'll get revenge for him as soon as possible. Naipeo said, troubled. You can torture him all you want, but don't kill him. Not only will you vent your anger, but the hatred in your heart won't go away either. The master said, Do you know that once you enter Sky Class, both your strength and your lifespan will increase tremendously? You'll even have the chance to enter the path of the heavens, to pursue immortality. That's a good idea. Naipeo nodded after a sigh. Helping Pin Leon get revenge was his goal, but he was in the sect now, and the master's words were just as effective as Leon Bro's. This was a good way to deal with the situation, and he'd be able to help Leon Bro vent his anger and increase his strength at the same time. He believed that Leon Bro would be happy to have a strong subordinate for him. All right, I've told you everything that needs to be said. You can go open the second stage of the jade box now. The master said, After that, you can go into closed-door training. I won't disturb you any longer. I wish you good luck in mastering the second stage soon. But I don't even have my strength anymore. Can I practice the second stage directly? Naipeo asked, confused. What you've lost is only your strength, not your practitioner's arts. Your practitioner's arts and strength are separate. Sect Leader Grandmaster said, You must remember Your mental cultivation method is an ancient mental cultivation method. It is different from the mental cultivation methods of ordinary practitioners. Your current Chrysanthemum Treasure Codex is still at the first level, so you can directly cultivate the second level. I understand. Naipeo nodded and said his goodbyes, disappearing from the master's sight. The master, on the other hand, mumbled to himself as he watched Naipeo leave. Naipeo, I hope you won't disappoint me. You're the disciple with the highest chance of breaking through Sky Class and entering the path of the heavens. I hope that you'll be able to fight for a good spot for us in the Sky Class meeting. On Ice Mountain, the sky was getting brighter, and Chikuin stretched, evidently having a good night's sleep. With Brother Ling, the #1 mystic by my side, it's such a good night's sleep. Even in the house, I've never felt so safe. Yu Bing was speechless. Wasn't this flattery a little too much? Chapter 1520. I'm telling the truth. Chikuin said innocently. Can't I even tell the truth these days? Huh. Linny smiled. All right, let's keep going. Chikuin, are you coming with us? Or are you going on your own? Naturally. I'm following you, Bro Lin. With a protector like you, I won't be afraid of getting robbed. Chikuin said, Don't worry, Bro Lin. I won't take your treasures. I'm here to make friends. Chikuin had changed his mind yesterday. He decided to let Chijio stay in the Ice Palace as an outer disciple, and he would return to the hidden house Zhao. He believed that with an ally like Lin Yi, he had a high chance of becoming the head of the house. He was alone before, and that was why he wanted to train in the Ice Palace for 5 years before returning to House Zhao. But it was too risky. Who knew what would happen in 5 years? What if Qibing got the position first? As for Zhao Guangyin's son, Zhao Miraculous, he wasn't too worried. Zhao Miraculous was just a spoiled, hedonistic son. Relying on his status as the son of the first wife, he tyrannized the hidden Zhao family. This kind of person was destined to have no future. But once Qibing returned to House Zhao, he gained the favor of Elder Bai and his grandpa, and that gave Chikuin some pressure. Now, with an ally like Lin Yi, and the fact that Chijio was training in the Ice Palace, he believed that he would have a certain position in House Zhao. As long as he could fight Qibing, the position of the young head wouldn't be decided so early, and he still had a chance. We're pretty much done with the treasures we have. If we find more, we'll give it to you. Lin Yi and Yu Bing had found quite a lot, and they gotten a bunch from Naipeo and Nitian as well. Other than the snow Ganoderma he gave to Chi-Chi, they still had a lot left. Passing the test wouldn't be a problem. Thank you so much, Bro Ling. Chikuin said excitedly. Bro Ling, you're so loyal. I'm really grateful. Bro Ling, if you don't mind, let me call you boss, okay? Please. Chikuin's shamelessness left Yu Bing speechless, and Chi-Chi wanted to puke. She couldn't help but tease. I've never seen someone as shameless as you. I'm just expressing my feelings. What does that have to do with being shameless? Chikuin pretended like he didn't understand. I can't be bothered to talk to you. It's disgusting. Chi-Chi said, let's talk about taking you in as my little brother later. Lenny didn't plan on taking Chikuin in as a follower for the time being. This guy didn't seem to get along with Zhao Qibing, but he was from the hidden house Zhao after all. Who knew what he would do if he knew his real identity? Don't say any more. How about this? You take me in as an intern. When I perform well, you can promote me to an official one. How about that? Chikuin wasn't someone who cared about face, so naturally, he wouldn't let Lin Yi's rejection go. All right, we'll observe for a while then. Lenny didn't have a choice. This guy was just too shameless. Lenny could only say yes, but it wasn't a problem for now. He could cancel the relationship at any time. Boss, from today onwards, I'll call you boss. Chikuin said happily. Boss, let's go then. And since you want me to be your boss no matter what, there are some things I need to tell you first. You can decide if you want me to be your boss after I'm done. Lenny sighed and decided to tell Chikuin about his identity. Of course, whether or not he wanted to follow him was up to Chikuin. At the very least, Chikuin wouldn't dare fight him right now. He could kill him anytime he wanted. So Lin, who wasn't worried that Chikuin would do something irrational. Oh, what is it? Chikuin paused. What is it that can stop me from calling you boss? My name isn't Ling, E. Actually, I'm Lin E. Lin E said. Lin E? I think I've heard that name before. Chikuin felt that the name was familiar. Where had he heard it before? I'm the enemy of your hidden house, Zhao. I broke Zhao Qibing's leg, injured Uncle Zhu and Yao Wang. Lin E said. And now, do you still call me boss? Why? Chikuin almost jumped up in shock at Lin Yi's words. I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. So you're the legendary Lin Yi, the one you've heard of? Lin Yi nodded. Then why not? Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then I'll call you boss even more. Chikuin was overjoyed. Lin Yi and Zhao Qibing were enemies. He was just worrying about how to convince Lin Yi to help him fight Zhao Qibing, but now he didn't even need to say anything. They were enemies in the first place. This was great news. You seem really happy. Isn't Zhao Qibing your brother or brother? Lin Yi squinted his eyes at Chikuin. His guess was right. Chikuin and Zhao Qibing really didn't get along. Yu Shan is Yu Bing's brother, right? He got crippled by you, boss, but Yu Bing seems really happy about it. Chikuin said, We're all smart people, Zhao Qibing and I. Heh. If that's the case, then there's no problem. Let's be on our way. Lin Yi saw that Chikuin's expression didn't look fake and relaxed. Boss, you're too strong. That Zhao Qibing really doesn't know what's good for him, daring to mess with you. Crippling him is already letting him off easy, boss. Why didn't you kill him? Chikuin said regretfully. Yu Bing's mouth twitched. This guy was much crueler than him. It seemed that the fights in the other noble houses were intense as well. None of them wanted to be left out. He was too merciful. If he didn't hear that Yu Shan wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have made the decision to let Lin Yi do it. Do I need you to teach me what to do? Lin Yi said faintly as he looked at Chikuin. Ugh, of course not, I'm just saying. Chikuin jumped and quickly said, Boss, don't be angry. I just think that now that Zhao Chikuin has a Shifu, it'll be hard to deal with him. Shifu? He has a Shifu? Lin Yi paused. Chapter 1521. This elder Bai, he's an Earth-class late-phase peak, and he's your grandpa's personal butler? He's suddenly interested in Zhao Qibing's bastard son? Lin Yi frowned, thinking that this didn't make sense at all. Yeah, there must be something I don't know about, but I don't know what it is exactly. This is a family secret, after all. They wouldn't let me know about it. Chikuin shook his head. I had a good chance of becoming the next head, but Zhao Qibing's sudden appearance put my position in jeopardy. Oh, try to find out about it then. Lin Yi said that, but he didn't really care about the hidden house Zhao. Zhao Qibing wanted to become the head of the hidden house Zhao, but that would take a while. Even if he did become the head of the hidden house Zhao, he wouldn't be able to come and get revenge right away. Putting aside the fact that he wasn't as strong as Lin Yi, even if he was, he wouldn't act recklessly. Lin Yi understood what Chikuin meant. Chikuin wanted to use him against Zhao Qibing, but Lin Yi didn't have the time to do so yet. If Zhao Qibing didn't mess with him, he wouldn't have the time to go after him. After all, he had an Earth-class late-phase peak as his Shifu. It wouldn't be wise for Lin Yi to go after him. All right, I'll find out about it when I get back. Chikuin could tell that Lin Yi didn't want to make a move, but it didn't matter. Lin Yi and Qibing had such a huge grudge. He didn't believe that Qibing would just let it go. When Qibing had enough strength, he'd definitely go after Lin Yi for revenge. The more he followed Lin Yi, the more shocked Chikuin was. He felt that Lin Yi had not taken any detours on this snowy mountain. He had been walking in circles, as if he was specifically going for some heaven and earth treasures. Those heaven and earth treasures hidden under the roots and in the snow could be easily found by Lin Yi. In the blink of an eye, he and Chijio's points had broken through the 1,000 mark, and Lin Yi, Yu Bing, and Chi-Chi were all showing signs of breaking through the 2,000 mark. Isn't this a little too awesome? Chikuin had already decided not to stay in Ice Palace as an outer disciple, but since there were so many treasures, he might as well give the hidden house Zhao an exchange right. It was a symbol of honor as well, and at least it could prove his strength. Lin, he didn't tell Chikuin or Chijio about Skybowl Pig. Even when he was communicating with Skybowl Pig, Lin, he only used the excuse of peeing as an excuse, not letting Chikuin know. Still no sign of the fruit. Lin, he frowned and asked Skybowl Pig. Oink. Skybowl Pig shook his head. Then let's keep going. There's still one more day to the end of the test. Lin, he sighed. Things had already exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. The Ice Palace was an unexpected factor. At Zhang Liju's time, the Ice Palace didn't exist yet, and now that the Ice Palace had taken over this snowy mountain and named it Ice Mountain, the Fire Spirit Fruit would most likely be theirs as well. At noon on the third day, Lin, Yi, and the others were almost at the top of the mountain, but from afar, the peak was surrounded by a huge wall. In front of the wall, there were Ice Palace disciples in white robes patrolling. Evidently, this was the location of the Ice Palace, the forbidden zone for the participants this time. They wouldn't be able to go any further. The walls of the Ice Palace looked like they were made of ice, but upon closer inspection, Lin Yi realized that it looked more like a hard crystal. On top of the crystal wall, there were cameras monitoring something. It seemed that the Ice Palace had modern electronic equipment. From this, one could see that the people of the Ice Palace weren't the type to follow the rules. This increased Lin Yi's confidence. Even if he really couldn't find the fruit, as long as he got the right to trade for treasures, he might be able to get what he wanted. But in the evening, Skybolt Pig suddenly moved and jumped onto Lin Yi, barking nonstop. Of course, Chikuin and Chijio didn't know what Skybolt Pig was doing. They thought that he was just acting cute to Lin Yi. But Lin Yi understood what Skybolt Pig was trying to say. Skybolt Pig must have sensed the location of the Fire Spirit's fruit. This guy needs to pee. I'll bring him there. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Chikuin was speechless. God, a spirit beast needs to carry someone to pee. Huh. Lin Yi smiled, not saying much. He carried Skybolt Pig and went behind a pile of snow. It's up there, I can feel it. Skybolt Pig quickly wrote down its meaning on the snowy ground. Up there? You mean inside the walls? Lin Yi looked up at the mountaintop. That was where the Ice Palace was. Gee. Skybolt Pig nodded. As expected, Lin Yi sighed. It was just as he guessed. The Fire Spirit's fruit was taken by the Ice Palace, and it was impossible for him to find it himself. He could only hope that they won the test and trade it with the Ice Palace. Lin Yi carried the pig back and nodded to Chikuin and the others. It's about time for the test to end. Let's take a break, everyone. Above us is the Ice Palace's territory, and there aren't any treasures to be found. Yu Bing, Chikuin, and the others all nodded and sat down. Since Lin Yi said he wanted to rest, they'd listen to him. Plus, the treasures they had were more than enough to pass this test. There was no point in searching for more. Lin Yi and the others didn't stay long before Qing floated over. Behind her was a group of disciples in white, and she spoke loudly. Attention all participants, the test is over. Please report to the mountaintop. Little Qing's internal strength was strong. Although her voice didn't seem very loud, with the support of her internal strength, it could travel very far. Everyone on the mountain could probably hear it. Chapter 1522. Since Qing had said that the test was over, naturally, Lin Yi wouldn't fight for it anymore, and so they all walked over. The participants on the mountain had been waiting for this moment as well. The treasures on the mountain were pretty much all taken, and there wasn't much left to look for. Looks like everyone's here. Little Qing nodded in satisfaction and said, Next, Little Li will call names. Those who are called can come forward and show their heavenly treasures and points card. The final moment had arrived, and the participants all had different expressions after hearing Qing's words. Those like Lin Yi, who had a lot of treasures, weren't worried at all. Those with few treasures, on the other hand, didn't even think about it. They definitely wouldn't make it to the top 10, so they didn't need to worry at all. The most nervous were those with treasures, but not a lot. They were all hoping that they'd be lucky enough to pass. Chen Jindan. A participant's name was called, and he came up to the owner of the inn, handing over his points card and treasures. After the innkeeper looked through it, he nodded and said, 355 points. Most of the trial takers who were called had scores of over 300 points. Only a few had scores of over 500 points. There were also a few who had scores of over 100 points. However, these people all had very gloomy expressions. They were already prepared to return home. Yang Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's name was called, and she walked up with her bag and card, calmly handing it over to the owner. With Lin Yi's help, Chi-Chi's victory in the test was assured. There was no doubt about it at all. 1,500 points. After the innkeeper reported the number on the card, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. He knew very well how strong Chi-Chi was. She was a physical practitioner, after all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was at the bottom of the pack, and yet Chi-Chi's score was the highest so far. But the owner let out a sigh of relief when he saw the snow mushroom in Chi-Chi's bag. One snow mushroom was worth 1,000 points, and it seemed that Chi-Chi's luck was pretty good. Of course, then owner hadn't watched the entire process of the smelting trial. That was why he was surprised. As for the other trial challengers present, none of them were surprised. Chi-Chi and Lin Yi were on the same team. It was normal for her to have 2,000 points. Lin Yi had taken all of Zhang Naipeo's and Feng Nitian's treasures for himself. Qing had been standing beside the sect master and had seen the entire process. She couldn't take care of every detail, but she could see the big picture. She saw how Lin Yi beat Naipeo and Nitian, and knew that Chi-Chi was on the same team as Lin Yi. She wasn't surprised at Chi-Chi's points. After that, it was Yubing, Qikuan, Qijio, and Lin Yi. Other than Lin Yi, everyone else had around 1,300 points. Only Lin Yi had 2,000 points. Lin Yi did this to get first place. Only then would he have more authority, and it would be easier for him to talk to the Ice Palace. It didn't take long before all the scores were tallied. Lin Yi and the others took the top 5 without a doubt. Lin Yi was first, Chi-Chi was second, Yubing was third, and Qikuan and Qijio were fourth. The top 3 would receive special reward from the Ice Palace, but Qikuan didn't dare think too much about it. He knew that he wasn't as close to Lin Yi as Chi-Chi and Yubing were, so he gave up his spot and went to the 4th place with Qijio. Those trial takers who were not ranked could not help but feel a little depressed. They all sighed, especially the trial takers who were 5 points away from the 10th place. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly cursing their bad luck. Not bad. The trial takers in this phase are not weak. 5 of them have achieved impressive results. Qing nodded and glanced at Lin Yi and the others, her eyes lingering on Lin Yi's face for a while. The top 10 have been announced. Winners, please line up according to your ranking and tell me what reward you want. Li will help you register it. Qing's sharp gaze made Lin Yi feel like he was being seen through. The invisible pressure made it hard for him to breathe. The aura of a sky class was indeed different, but Lin Yi could feel that Qing's gaze was mostly curious, and there was no malice in it. Yes, the first 10 contestants who won were very happy to find an innkeeper to register their names. Those who didn't pass, don't be discouraged. If anyone in the top 10 gives up on becoming an outer sect disciple of the Ice Palace and chooses the right to exchange for the treasures, then the empty spots can be pushed back. Qing said to those who didn't win. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of some of the trial takers who did not win. Of course, these people were all ranked from rank 10 to rank 15. The trial challenger in rank 11 was the most excited. In his opinion, as long as a trial challenger chose the right to exchange for the treasures, then it would be his turn to take the top spot. Wandering cultivator Lin Yi, do you want to become an outer disciple of the Ice Palace? Or do you want the treasure exchange, right? Then owner asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi's victory wasn't unexpected to the inn owner. Lin Yi's situation had made him very curious. He couldn't sense Lin Yi's strength, and Lin Yi's recovery speed had surprised him. Exchange right, Lin Yi said without hesitation. All right. Then owner wasn't surprised, Someone like Lin, he didn't need to train in the Ice Palace's outer sect. He had his own way of practicing, after all. Most of the lone practitioners who came here would choose to exchange their rights. Hearing Lin Yi's words, the 11th place participant's face went red with happiness. He didn't think that the first person would give up on becoming an outer disciple. Didn't this mean that he'd definitely become a disciple? Freelancer Yang Chi-Chi, may I ask if you wish to become an outer disciple of the Ice Palace? Or do you want the right to trade for treasures? Then owner asked Chi-Chi the same thing he asked Lin. Exchange right, Chi-Chi said without hesitation, just like Lin Yi. Chapter 1523. As for the 12th place trial taker, just like the 11th place trial taker before him, he was so excited that his face was flushed red. Yu Bing and Qi Jiu chose to stay in the Ice Palace, becoming outer disciples. Yu Bing was different from Lin Yi and different from Qi. Without Yu Shan's threat, he wasn't in a rush to go back. Plus, Yu Shan had just gotten injured, and even if it wasn't because of him, he had to be responsible for it. Yu Bing didn't believe that Yu Shan wouldn't tell on him, and his grandpa might punish him out of anger. However, things would be different if he stayed in the Ice Palace to train. Once he broke through to the Earth class and returned to the family, everything would be settled, and it would be a matter of time before he took over the position of the young master as an Earth class. The top 10 participants, other than Lin Yi, Chi-Chi, and Qi, all chose to stay in the Ice Palace and become outer disciples. As far as they were concerned, it wasn't worth it to participate in the test just for the exchange rights. Take care. Lin Yi patted Yu Bing's shoulder, smiling. I can't interfere with your choice, but if you don't have any hope of breaking through here, you can come back to me. This was Lin Yi's promise to Yu Bing. Lin Yi wasn't someone who made promises easily, but once he did, he would always keep it. As long as Lin Yi broke through to Earth class, he would be able to mass-produce Earth class practitioners. And when Yu Bing came back to him, he would be able to help him increase his strength. You too. I'll try my best to help you with your conflict with House Yu. But for Ning I hope you can bear with it. Yu Bing nodded solemnly. All right. As long as House Yu doesn't cause trouble for me, I won't mess with them. Lin Yi said. I knew you'd say that. Yu Bing sighed. He wasn't sure whether or not House Yu would mess with Lin Yi. He wasn't the head of the house yet, and he couldn't control House Yu's affairs. Those who want to stay in the Ice Palace and become outer sect disciples, follow Little Li to handle the entry procedures for you. Those who want the right to exchange for the treasures, follow me. Little Qing said, the rewards for the top 3 in this trial will be chosen from the heavenly treasures obtained in this trial. Distribute them as soon as possible. At this point, Lin Yi had no choice but to say goodbye to Yu Bing. He didn't know when they would meet again, but the two nodded at each other. There was no need to say anything else. The tavern owner left with the remaining challengers, while Qing continued to speak to the remaining challengers who hadn't won. The trial is over. Everyone can go back. But I have to remind everyone, don't cause trouble in my Ice Palace territory. Once you leave the town, do as you please. Yes. The challengers nodded their heads. How could they dare to disobey Little Qing's words? Qing brought Lin Yi, Chi-Chi, and Qi back to the Ice Palace, and the other challengers left as well. Do you want the exchange right now? Or do you want to go back and discuss it first? Qing brought Lin Yi and the other two to a waiting room outside the Ice Palace. If you want to exchange right now, just tell me. When we go back, I'll give you a token from the Ice Palace. I'm not exchanging for now. I need to go back to my house first, Qi said. All right, take this. If you need it, you can use this token to come to the town and find the owner, Little Li. Qing handed a strange stone tablet to Qi. Qi quickly took it and put it away carefully. Why aren't you leaving? Qing couldn't help but frown when she saw that Qi was still standing there after taking the token. Qi paused, not expecting Qing to kick him out so soon. He didn't dare disobey, though. I'll go now. Qi had wanted to wait for Lin Yi to go back with him, But it seemed like that dream was gone now. Chikuin didn't want to leave right away, though. He wanted to wait for Lin Yi at the inn. "I'll wait for you at the inn." With that, Chikuin walked out of the waiting room. There were already disciples waiting outside, ready to send him down the mountain. "Ling, Ichichi, what about you guys?" Ching asked after Chikuin left. "You go first." Lin Yi guessed that what he wanted was probably something precious in the Ice Palace. It'd be troublesome to bargain, so he let Chi-Chi go first. "I need a 1,000-year-old snow lotus." Chi-Chi said, "I don't have anything to exchange, but I can buy it with money." "A 1,000-year-old snow lotus?" Little Ching frowned slightly, but she still nodded and said, "Although it's a bit expensive, I really don't know if you have such a precious thing if you want to exchange it with heavenly treasures. However, you can use money to buy it. 5 billion. If you accept it, I'll have someone take you there." 5 billion. Chi-Chi felt a bit dizzy. It wasn't a lot for a 1,000-year-old snow lotus, but it was a lot for Chi-Chi. 5 billion was the amount of pocket money she'd had since she was young, plus the money she'd earned from missions these past few years. It wasn't even 1/10 of that amount. But Chi-Chi really needed it. Otherwise, her sister Lil Jo's life would be in danger. She gritted her teeth. "Fine, I'll trade." Chi-Chi's family was self-sufficient in terms of education, and the family usually didn't give too much money to support them. They would only get an allowance every month until they turned 18. And so, if Chi-Chi wanted to trade 5 billion for the Lotus, she'd have to borrow money from her family. That's right, borrow. She'd have to complete more missions in the future to pay back her family's debt. "Take her to the transaction." Ching waved her hand, and an Ice Palace disciple walked over, bringing Chi-Chi to trade for the Lotus. The 1,000-year-old snow lotus wasn't a normal snow lotus, but an extremely rare one. Normal snow lotuses had a flowering period, and they didn't bloom all year round. The 1,000-year-old snow lotus, on the other hand, bloomed all year round and only grew in the snowy mountains of the extreme north. Chapter 1524. That was why Greenie agreed to Chi-Chi's trade. 5 billion was a huge sum for the Ice Palace. The Ice Palace didn't have any businesses in the secular world, and all of their income came from selling rare items and training. "What do you need? Can you tell me now?" Ching had a good impression of Lin Yi. As for Nai Peo and Nitian, Ching didn't really like them, and now that a freelancer like Lin Yi had taught them a lesson, she felt quite satisfied. "Fire Spirit's fruit," Lin Yi said. "What?" Ching's eyes froze as she stared at Lin Yi, a little shocked. "How do you know about the Fire Spirit's fruit? Who told you about such a thing?" Ching's reaction made Lin Yi startled. Could this fruit be some sort of treasure? But Lin Yi didn't want to hide it from Ching. He said honestly, "I saw it in an ancient book, my friend. Needs the fruit to cure her illness." "Ancient book?" Ching looked at Lin Yi's eyes and nodded. As far as she could tell, Lin Yi wasn't lying. But the fruit was something that not even the ancient sects knew about, because it was something that only the Ice Palace produced. It was extremely rare. So Lin Yi suddenly bringing up something that only the Ice Palace had shocked Ching. Ching didn't know where Lin Yi got the information from, so she was naturally cautious. "Since you know about the Fire Spirit's fruit, then you should know its value. To us, the Ice Palace, the Fire Spirit's fruit is a priceless treasure. You want to trade it for the Fire Spirit's fruit. What do you want to trade for it?" Ching could tell that Lin Yi wasn't someone with bad intentions. After hearing the words, Lin Yi couldn't help but smile bitterly. How would he know the value of the fruit? He wouldn't know why the fruit was a priceless treasure to the Ice Palace. "I have a chi gathering pill. I wonder if I can use it as an exchange?" Lin Yi originally thought that using the chi gathering pill to trade for the Fire Spirit's fruit wouldn't be a problem. After all, the chi gathering pill was a powerful tool for breaking through to heaven class. But now, after hearing little Ching's words, he wasn't so sure. "Chi gathering pill? Third grade pill? You actually have this thing?" Little Ching was a little surprised after hearing Lin Yi's words. Then, A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You know an alchemist above the 3rd grade? I don't recognize it. Lin, he shook his head. I found it in an ancient tomb. I see. Qing's joy disappeared in a flash, and she returned to her cold expression. If you know a 3rd grade alchemist, then I can discuss with the sect master and ask him to make a pill for us. Perhaps we can give a fire spirit's fruit as a reward. However, if you don't know him, then there's no need to discuss this matter. A fire spirit's fruit as a reward? Lin, he was planning on getting 2 of them. But after hearing little Qing's words, Lin, he didn't dare bring it up again. Lin, he really didn't know an alchemist. Although Lin, he had been trying his best to learn alchemy, he hadn't made any progress. With his current alchemy skills, he definitely couldn't make a pill for the Ice Palace. If the Ice Palace saw this level of skill, they would probably kill him in a fit of anger. Qi gathering pill, can I? Lin, he was a little confused. Little Qing didn't seem to care about the Qi gathering pill at all. She only asked about alchemists, but didn't seem interested in the Qi gathering pill at all. The Qi amassing pill might be a treasure in the eyes of the hidden families and ordinary sects, but in the eyes of the ancient families and sects, it's no different from a drug. Xiao Qing said faintly. A drug? Linny jumped. Since you're the winner of the competition, I'll talk to you a bit more. Little Qing nodded. It's a drug. Although the Qi gathering pill can allow an Earth class late phase peak to ascend to Sky class, it has its flaws. Flaws? Lin E quickly asked. Then why do the hidden families treat it as a treasure? Different worldviews, different results. Little Qing said faintly. The ultimate goal of the ancient sects and ancient families is to break through Sky class and step into the Sky's path. As for the hidden families, having a Sky class is already very impressive. As for breaking through Sky class, that's something they don't even dare to think about. Could it be that after taking the Qi gathering pill, one can only stop at Sky class? Hearing Little Qing's words, Lin, he had a rough idea of what was going on. If you have a lot of Qi gathering pills, then you can keep eating them until you reach Sky class late phase peak. If you're lucky, you can also break through Sky class. Little Qing said, but it's very difficult to make a Qi gathering pill. As far as I know, even a 4th level alchemist might not be able to make 1 out of 10 attempts, and it's also very demanding on the alchemist's attributes. That's why every Qi gathering pill is priceless. Then, does that mean that the Qi gathering pill doesn't have any flaws? Don't tell me. You're saying that after taking the Qi gathering pill, I can't train on my own? Lin, he suddenly thought of this point. Smart. Little Qing said, the energy contained within the Qi amassing pill is exceedingly pure. After consuming it, the body will absorb this pure energy, and the natural world's spiritual Qi will become insensitive to it, unless it's in a place where the spiritual Qi is especially abundant. At the very least, those who have taken the Qi gathering pill before have encountered obstacles in their natural training after breaking through to Sky class, and had to continue using all sorts of treasures to increase their strength. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Linny understood what Little Qing was saying, so this was a reason why the Qi gathering pill was called Duo. But Zhang Liju's notes didn't mention this, and so Lin didn't understand. I've read in ancient texts that this Qi gathering pill didn't have this many flaws back then, did it? Of course not back then. The aura of heaven and earth used to be abundant, but now it's getting thinner and thinner, and training is getting harder and harder. Little Qing said, do you understand now? If you want to use the Qi gathering pill to trade for the fire spirit's fruit, then we won't agree. Other than that, do you have anything else you want? Then, how do I get the fire spirit's fruit? I can use money to buy it. In front of Ice Palace, Lin, he could only keep a low profile and humble. If Ice Palace didn't want to trade, then Lin, he couldn't force them to trade with him. Chapter 1525. So you're saying there's no room for negotiation? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. No. Little Qing shook her head and said resolutely. My girlfriend. She needs the fruit to save her life. Lin Yi hesitated. If you can give me the fruit, I can promise you that in 2 years at the most, I'll find a refiner above the 3rd level to help you guys with the pill. Who are you? Why should I believe your promise? Qing frowned and smiled coldly. Who do you think you are? Do you think promises are that valuable? Lin Yi was speechless from Qing's words. Yeah, in front of the Ice Palace, Lin Yi was very small. All right, seeing that you're quite loyal, I can promise you that in 2 years, if you can find a 3rd level refiner, I'll ask the sect master for a fruit for you. Qing waved her hand, stopping Lin Yi. 2 years. To be honest, Lin Yi didn't want to wait. Who knew what would happen in 2 years? Lin Yi could keep his promise, since he was a man of his word, but would the Ice Palace still keep their promise after 2 years? All right, you could go now. Xiao Qing waved her hand and said, the reward for the trial this time should be that snow lingji mushroom. Come and collect it tomorrow. The snow Ganoderma. I don't want it. I just hope that Elder Qing can bend the rules and give me the fruit first. Lin Yi didn't have much use for the snow Ganoderma, so Lin Yi gave it up. Qing frowned. I had a good impression of you, so don't say anything else. You want to obtain the fire spirit's fruit with just your words? Even if I agree, the palace lord will never agree. So, Elder Qing, you agree? For Xiao Xiao's sake, Lin Yi had to be thick-skinned and go with the flow. What did I agree to? Little Qing was stunned. You just said that even if you agree, the palace master won't agree. Lin Yi said, Elder Qing, you are a heaven stage expert. You will definitely keep your word, right? Since you've agreed, I'll have to trouble you to discuss this with the palace master. I'll definitely repay you in the future. You little baby. Little Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Lin Yi's words. What did I say that I agreed? What I'm saying is even if. Elder Qing, please. Lin Yi said, as long as you are willing to give me a fire spirit's fruit, as long as I can do it, you can ask me to do anything. As soon as Lin Yi's voice fell, a cold voice rang out from behind Lin Yi. I'll let you die, okay? Although the voice was pleasing to the ear, it was too cold, causing people to shiver in fear. Lin Yi jumped in fright. Since when was there someone behind him? Lin Yi didn't even realize it. But judging from the voice, it had to be the sect master of the Ice Palace. All right, sure, Lin Yi said after a sigh. On one hand, it was because of his feelings for Xiao Xiao, but on the other hand, he was pissed off by the sect master. If Lin Yi said no, then the sect master would probably make him take Xiao Xiao and leave right away. So, no matter what, Lin Yi had to say yes. And Qing, let's go. Let him die. The sect master said faintly. That Qing didn't expect the sect master to appear here all of a sudden. To be honest, she liked Lin Yi a little, but of course it was the kind of affection a senior would have for a junior. Qing was already in her 30s, and in her eyes, Lin Yi was no different from child. She could feel how much Lin Yi loved Xiao Xiao, and so she didn't say too many harsh words to Lin Yi. As far as she was concerned, it wasn't easy for a freelancer to reach Lin Yi's strength today. He must have suffered a lot. She'd seen Nai Peo and Nitian, people who had some talent and achievements, but weren't arrogant. She had a good impression of someone like Lin Yi, who had talent but wasn't arrogant. But since the sect master had spoken, there was nothing she could do. Sect master, please give me a fire spirit's fruit. Lin Yi said, no matter what it is, I'll agree to it. My ice palace doesn't need you to do anything. The sect master said coldly as she looked at Lin. Ice Palace Master, please agree to my request. If you don't, I won't leave. Lin Yi had no choice. He had no choice but to act shamelessly. There was nothing he could do to the Ice Palace. Then don't leave. Wait for your death here. There's no food. With that, the sect master pulled Qing. Aunt Qing, let's go. The two disappeared in an instant, and Lin Yi could only smile bitterly in his heart. This sect master was too much of a character, wasn't she? Lin Yi really wanted to beat this girl up, but he couldn't. Please, we're closing the door. After the sect master and Qing left, two disciples walked over and gestured for Lin Yi to leave, signaling for Lin E to leave. These two, from what Lenny could tell, were at least Earth class. Even if Lenny tried to fight them head-on, he wouldn't be a match for them. And so, Lenny nodded and carried Skybolt Pig, carrying Xiao Xiao on his back as he left the reception room. The two disciples didn't bother with Lin E after Lenny left, locking the door and continuing to patrol the area, ignoring Lin E. The sect master had told Lin E to wait for his death here, and these disciples didn't know what she meant by that. She might have said it out of anger, but since the sect master had said that it was up to Lin E to wait for his death, it had nothing to do with these disciples. As long as Lin E didn't force his way in, they'd pretend they didn't see him. Full. Lin E raised his head, sighing as he looked at the walls and the ice palace doors. This was much harder than he'd imagined. The ancient sects weren't something he could touch right now. Old Lin was right. This level was simply too high. To Lin E, it was a little too high for him to reach. The impression the ice palace gave Lin E was that it was powerful. Any random disciple was an Earth class. Lin E didn't leave. He stood in front of the ice palace. Since he was going to act shamelessly, he'd act shamelessly to the end. Lin E wasn't leaving. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.